Are you ready? Good. All right. Good evening. The April 20th, 2023 regular board meeting is being recorded. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via AVUHSD's YouTube channel. Individuals may take photographs or record meetings provided the individual's conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the view of others. Roll call. Ms. Corona.
Present.
Mrs. McGrady.
Present.
Mr. Sanchez.
Present.
Mrs. Nguyen.
Present.
And I'm here and Mr. Delgado is absent. To a public business from the floor, closed session agendized items. Are there any comments from the public on closed session items?
I don't have any comments for closed session at this time.
Okay, great. The Board of Trustees will go into closed session and reconvene the regular meeting at 6:30. Thank you.
The Antelope Valley Union High School District Board of Trustees meeting. This board meeting is being recorded. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via AVUHSD's YouTube channel. Individuals may take photographs or record meetings provided the individual's conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the views of others. Those wishing to address items on the agenda and matters that are not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the AVUHSD board shall do so in person, complete a speaker form, and give it to the designee before the public comment portion of the meeting. The speaker form must be given to Ms. Orozco before the board president announces the item. Once the item has been called, we will no longer accept new cards. Ms. Orozco will call the individual's name to come up to the podium to provide their comments. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. A total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. Non-agendized items are limited to a total allotment of 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker. The district encourages members of the public to attend board meetings and to address the board concerning any item on the agenda or within the board's jurisdiction. The board does not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, programs, services, acts, or omissions. Similarly, the board does not prohibit public criticism of district employees. Speakers are cautioned that no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments simply because those comments are made at a public meeting. Attendees are also reminded of the board's civility policy, Policy 1313. This civility policy requires that members of the district staff will treat parents and other members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. The district is committed to maintaining disruption-free board meetings. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of its board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group are grounds to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. Persistent disruption by an individual shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the individual's privilege to address the board. The district promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district board members, district employees, parents, and the public. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor.
Awesome. And I think this is the first presentation of colors, right? So doing tonight's presentation of colors is Highland High School's very own JROTC. Everyone, please give them a big round of applause.
All right, 4, Pinko meeting, a public comment from the floor of Pinko meeting. Are there any comments from the public on Pinko items?
We don't have any comments on Pinko items.
Great. Receive annual financial report findings 2021 to 2022. It is recommended the Board of Trustees receive information on the annual financial audit for the 2021 to 2022 fiscal year.
Yes, hi, good evening. just briefly to remind you that PINCO is a JPA, a joint powers agreement between 36 school districts, and it operates like a co-op. So its revenues will always equal its expenditures. There is no profit made in PINCO. And looking at their audit, they have a unmodified audit, which is the best the auditors will give. There were a couple of specific findings that we have corrected, and it has to do on page 35 to look at that, and it's regarding we received money in July and we should have applied it to the prior June, but it was received in July. So it's not that we didn't get the money or that we didn't spend it or that there's any problem with it. We just did it on cross fiscal years. And that was a note in there. And then the second one, if you see, is what's called the fair value of cash. Well, that would be the cash held at the LA County Treasurer's Office, and $100 there is not exactly $100. And it has to do with a bankruptcy out of Orange County some 20 years ago, that the county treasurer's office invests in a bond, for example, and on any given day, the bond, that $1,000 bond might be worth $950. So they take the $950 as the value of that, not to the full term. But that's the two items that are covered under their audit. And they both have been corrected.
Thank you. Right. Purchase order schedule, PINCO. It is recommended the Board of Trustees approve and authorize the purchase outlined on the attached schedule. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Here, we're gonna have to reconvene the regular meeting. 6, Mr. Delgado.
Awesome. Here comes the most fun part of the meeting, is when our ICC student representatives from SOAR High School and the AAV will be presenting what is going on in their school districts. So first up is SOAR Lancaster. Everyone, please give them a big round of applause.
Good evening, Board, Cabinet, and Student Board Member Kevin Delgado. I'm Emily Martinez, and I'm ASB's Activities Coordinator of the Board, and we're here on behalf of SOAR Lancaster. So at SOAR, we have an event called Club Rush, where the main idea is have students come out and promote their clubs while interacting and meeting new faces. It's a simple idea, but it's very interactive, and students like to go. And it's hosted during ASB's Back to School Barbecue, and there's lots of food and lots of participants.
Good afternoon. My name is Vi Chow, and I am class of 26 as parliamentarian. On January 27th, ASB hosted a Creative Minds Night, which in simple terms, students showcased their talents. To name a few rooms, art, robotics, a room for small businesses, lights on, flash on, etc. And around 120 people attended, including students, staff, and parents.
Athena Jordan. I am class 26 secretary. During Halloween, we had some mentee mentor fun at lunch with people, games, and candy. Hello, everyone. My name is Crystal Mubaraka, and I am ASB Board's Vice President. Wrapping up semester 1, we had Pep Rally, our biggest event of the year, where all of the student body is encouraged to come on December 16th to showcase their school spirit, but also class pride in different activities, spirit chants, and overall fun.
So late night tutorials, it's an after school event where students are encouraged to go, and it's a week before finals where teachers and students get together so that they have more preparation for their finals, which make them feel more comfortable with the material, as well as it's a great way to collaborate with their friends. All the food is sponsored by ASB, so they don't have to waste any money, and they get to learn, have fun, and eat.
Hello, my name is Jacob Hilsinger. I am the public relations for the class 2023, and I'd like to put a disclaimer that the next slide is for visual purposes only. So, class of 2023 puts on homecoming, and this year it was themed Carnival Estrella, and it was SOAR's largest dance to date, selling out in the Antelope Valley College auditorium.
Good evening, board. My name is Anthony Rivera, and I serve as the Class of 25 president. This year, the Class of 25 hosted the winter ball with the theme being Celestial Beings. We had a great show with over 1/4 of the school coming out.
Class of 26 hosted spring dance. Our theme was Night in New York, and we made over $500 in profit.
We have prom on April 29th. The theme is Enchanted Woods, and it will be at Los Robles Greens in Thousand Oaks. It is from 6 to 11 p.m., and we had a major sellout of 168 tickets. Also, this past weekend, for 3 days, 14 SOAR students, including advisors, went to the California Association Student Leaders statewide conference, where we participated in different workshops, leadership bonding activities, and met schools from all over California to better our leadership classes on campus.
Today, SOAR BSU hosted a dinner celebrating women of color and their contributions to society. At this dinner, business owners and teachers presented to the students. Also, our Hispanic Latinx Heritage Club is hosting a culture fest tomorrow, and they are representing 15 different countries and selling food and doing traditional dances. Also, our sports club is hosting SOAR Olympics, which is a competition where it's class against class, and that is being held in late April.
Okay, so Carnival, it's the second biggest event held at SOAR, and it's at the end of the year, and it's an opportunity for clubs and classes to promote themselves, as well as their biggest way to make money. And the way they do this is by their booths and their stands. So as you can see in the bottom, there's people selling popsicles, and at the top left, you can see 2 people on inflatables, which is sponsored by ASB, where you can get a wristband and have unlimited access to the inflatables and have a lot of fun, as well as there's really interactive booths. Like as you can see in the middle top, there's a girl who won a goldfish from one of the prizes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yohani Francisco, and I'm the current class president for our senior class. The senior class has planned a full month of events starting next week, with our signing week from April 24th to April 28th. The next week after that, we have our AVC commencement. SOAR High School, typically many of our seniors actually graduate with their associate's degrees from AVC. So Cinco de Mayo will be a day to celebrate. On May 21st, we will have a grand night at Disneyland. May 22nd, we will have a senior advice day. May 23rd, we will have our breakfast clearance catered from IHOP. On May 24th, we will have our senior sunset at the AVC Stadium. And on Thursday, May 25th, we will be graduating. Our Lemison MIT Invent team has this year's invention named Alaris, which is a device to support the well-being and focus of students with ADHD. And as of 3 weeks ago, we are now patent pending. We are currently raising funds for all 27 of our members to reach Eureka Fest from June 12th to the 14th at MIT.
Just a disclaimer, these videos have no audio and they're for visual purposes only. So because SOAR doesn't function like a normal school where they have announcements during homeroom, we use our broadcasting SOAR streaming, which is uploaded weekly to our YouTube channel. So this is the way we inform students of upcoming fundraisers, activities, and even scholarships. Recently, we've been working on adding more fun segments like Spicy with the Stars, which is a way for the student body to get to know their ASB officers. Essentially, they're eating a lot of spicy food and trying to answer questions at the same time. So here's just an example of that. They're just really struggling to answer the questions. Our most recent addition to the segments is SOARcast, which is just a fun little weather segment to inform the students of the upcoming weather. We are right now working on another segment, which is called SOAR Shoutout, where teachers choose students that they want to shout out for their exceptional work and dedication.
Let me move the mic this time. So Although we couldn't cover the full breadth of our school's events, we would like to thank you for listening to our entire presentation and pay a little homage to the Take Two to Prevent Suicide Week, some Friday hot cocoa that warmed us all up during the winter time, the SOAR ambassadors that help incoming freshmen get accumulated to the ABC lifestyle, and the Breast Cancer Awareness Week. And we would like to remind you to always dream high and soar higher.
Mr. Hughes, I do have a question.
course
So
you do.
how many of you are?
Back up, please.
Yeah, I always do. How many of you are seniors? So you'll be graduating with an AA or an AS degree as well as a high school degree?
Yes, so Jacob and I are the only seniors on ICC this year, and we will both be graduating with an associate's in arts and humanities and math and science.
Congratulations. That's amazing. I wish you both much happiness and good fortune in your future, but I'm so happy for you.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question? Sorry. On one of the slides, it said Senior Advice Day. What's that?
Yes, so on Monday, May 22nd, we will having our Senior Advice Day where current SOAR seniors will be talking to underclassmen and writing letters to underclassmen, giving them advice for their transition into senior year and college admission, in the college admission process.
Oh, okay. And also, I just want to say I am a faculty at AVC, and the SOAR students that have come through my classroom are exceptional. So none of you look familiar to me, but I'm sure you are all as exceptional as the others that I've seen. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Good job. Congratulations. No, really?
Awesome. Thank you so much, SOAR Lancaster. Up next is SOAR Palmdale with their very first ICC presentation. Give them a round of applause, everyone.
Where'd it go? There it is.
Good evening, Cabinet, and good evening, Board. My name is Abigail Green, and I am ASB President at SOAR Palmdale. And tonight we'll be talking about how we are defining our legacy as ASB.
Hi, my name is Vanya Majikian. I am CEO of ASB, and one of our very first SOAR Palmdale events was Holiday Fest. Holiday Fest was hosted by our AVID classes and our ASB, which we had activities of painting ornaments, making gingerbread houses, and dancing. And this was a great way to celebrate the end of the semester.
Next, we want to mention our Dance Among the Moon and Stars, which was our first ever winter ball in our dance. So over 75% of our students attended, which was a very good turnout, and which was very amazing for us because we started off with practically nothing. And everybody said they had an amazing time, and it was just genuinely like a really good dance.
Hi, I'm Michelle McLean and I'm Public Relations on ASB. So right now you guys are looking at our Frat Pack College Club. So they organize all of our college trips and the advisor of it is our English teacher. She has a strong belief that when you apply for college, you should go to the college campus and see what their culture is there and what the campus feels like when you go. So far, we've visited UCLA, CSULA, CSULB, as well as USC. If you look at the photo, you'll see a boy next to a blue pyramid that is at Long Beach. And then if you look at the bottom corner, you'll see me and my friend in front of a fountain, and that is at USC.
Next is our castle trip that we were gratefully thankful that we got invited to. It helped all of our leadership in ASB. 4 girls went, and we all learned so much from it and are so grateful that we got the chance to go. Overall, it helped us build a very good relationship with our sister school, so our Lancaster, and we have overall had so much growth and can't wait to bring it to next year's campus.
Our upcoming events in May are the yearbook signing party, the ASB student activity game day, and the Marvel movie night. What we have been doing is the elections for ASB, preparing students to enroll, or the incoming freshmen to enroll in college classes for the fall. And also we just had our award ceremonies for students with high GPAs and for students that participated in the Latina 360 Knowledge Bowl and the Black Union 360 Knowledge Bowl. As of right now, our focus has been to prepare for the years to come for the incoming freshmen, and we have been doing this through our clubs and AVID classes to build a positive school culture.
So we also wanted to show off our new SOAR high school shirts for our ASB, which took us quite a while to like kind of design ourselves. So can you turn around real quick? So basically this is our like ASB. Here, let's show the board. Come right here. Okay. So we got our first shirts, and then also we also have our title of our position and also first in flight, which is pretty meaningful for us because we are the first legacy class and we are thankful for everybody that helps us define it. And we just thank you for all the support. Thank you so much. Any questions?
You know, I have to say, I attended your award ceremony and I was blown away by how many students received certificates for 3.7 to 4.0 grade averages. And thank you. Thank you both for all three of you for working so hard. And I know that you're the ASB president. I learned that the other night. And I hope you invite me again because I really had a good time. I was impressed by the entire building being packed with parents and supporters. And I love the star, your vice principal, Mr. Fitzgerald, does this star kind of a, it's unique. You guys are the only ones that do that. So
Thank you.
yeah, kind of, yeah, with jazz hands, yeah.
Yes, thank you. He's amazing.
Oh, sorry, I thought I heard a voice. Thank you, SOAR Palmdale. You are on my list to go visit. And also, I invite you to take my Palmdale class anytime because it is for SOAR students and it's the first time it'll be offered. But thank you for this presentation. Congratulations for being a legacy class and for coming up with such confidence. It's great to see. Thank you.
Congratulations, you did a great job.
Thank you, SOAR Palmdale. Up next, we have AAV with their ICC presentation. Everyone give them a round of applause.
Good evening, distinguished board and cabinet. I'm Charlotte. I'm Wyatt. I'm Madison. I'm Cassandra. And we represent SOAR Prep. This was our UCLA field trip. We got to tour the campus as well as watch a women's basketball game as they defeated UC Riverside. It was a great experience where we got to apply our college knowledge and have a good time. Some students ran into siblings that went there, and teachers got to see some former students. Plethora of student involvement. Some of our clubs include BSU, drama club, story club, football club, programming club, athletic club, and Bible club. Some of our notable events are drama club's production, Grease production, GTT making us new cornhole boards, art pod painting benches, and Bible club's food drive. Some events we're looking forward to are our spring dance as well as our talent show.
In addition to our clubs on campus, we would like to highlight BSU and their hard work in the Latino Knowledge Bowl, placing second and fourth against high school teams. We have also hosted Latino Heritage Night and Black History Month nights for friends and family, along with an upcoming Asian and Pacific Islander Heritage Night with special guests from Hula from the Heart.
Our athletics department has had many great achievements this school year. Shout out to our volleyball, soccer, basketball, cross country, and newly added prep squad and flag football teams for working hard and making our school proud. Our prep squad made their first appearance at our last home basketball game. We are dominating the Silver League. Every month, our school has habitudes, which our students greatly enjoy. Some important lessons we have learned include priorities, accountability, core values, emotional health, integrity check, recognizing our strengths, and creating a balance. Every habitude we have comes with a fun lesson plan and activity. For example, we had a personal time management activity where we made our own clocks and sent a postcard to a friend for accountability. Our ASP even set up an obstacle course which related back to prioritizing. Thank you, and now is night prep.
Hello, I am Kylie. So night prep, Spirit Week. So Monday. Oh wait, so quarter one, Monday, silly sock day. Tuesday is anything but backpack day. Wednesday, match day. Thursday, throwback Thursday. Friday, school spirit. 8th grade wear black, 7th white, 6th grade gold or yellow. Quarter two, costume day. Tuesday, crazy hair day. Wednesday, pink out. Thursday, gender swap. Friday, Disney day. Quarter three, pink, red, and white. Tuesday, dress to impress. Wednesday, hat day. Thursday, stuffed animal. Friday, elder day. Quarter four, on Monday, dress up as a teacher. Tuesday, Adam Cell day. Wednesday, BBQ dad versus soccer moms. Thursday, Star Wars day. Friday, Hawaii day. As you can see on the right, we have a little spot near like where we can study, and when we are at lunch or snack, we can do our mission work. Halloween and summer. Some of them did candy pumpkins, and then Nightmare Before Christmas. Summer, they did a beach ball, the sea with the dolphin, and they did a sandcastle. Candygrams. Candygrams are only 50 cents each for one. All of us wear costumes. Some of them are our school spirit stuff. Halloween, the 8th graders make posters every time when there's a holiday. Some of the 7th graders made cool puppets and cool projects. X Block. X Block is cooking, it's music and puppets. Sports, volleyball, cross country, flag football, soccer, basketball, track and field. And the VJ girl volleyball. A. Of drive. We donate those who struggle or in need. Over 500 cans were donated to Grace Resource.
Hello, my name is Elida Lopez. I am the ASB president and the senior class president from Virtual Academy.
I'm Claire Thompson. I'm an ASB member.
So this is just a brief overview of what our school offers. We do welcome students grades 7 through 12. We offer honors classes, AP classes, and CTE courses. And we also have clubs and activities online and in person, even though we're a virtual school.
This is our ASB. We have around 10 members, including Elida and myself. We basically plan spirit weeks and activities to make school a little more immersive and fun for students to interact with their peers.
So these are just some of the ASB activities we did first semester. So first off, we have a fall spirit week. So we do our spirit weeks a little bit differently because we're online. So we use Padlets and we ask students to post photos of either themselves or things they can grab off the internet. So a mix of both. So either a photo of you wearing a color or maybe a picture of something that color, depending on how comfortable students are showing themselves online. We also used Padlet to do a breast cancer awareness month. We really just ask students to show support in any way that they can, whether that's sharing information, a picture, or personal anecdote, just something very simple and general so students can show their support. We also had a Kahoot game day that was fully virtual and was a lot of fun for ASB to put together, and we got some great participation in that event. We're actually doing another one in May, so hopefully that turns out well as well.
Despite being virtual, we still see very high levels of participation. For example, we had an event last semester where students had the opportunity to join a Google Meet and bake cinnamon rolls from scratch following the guidance of a teacher. We also had a talent showcase where students could show off their special talents and interests and interact with their peers a little more.
So this is Club Virtual. It is an in-person opportunity that we have every school day where students can come in, get help from teachers, just have a quiet place to work or socialize. I go in there every Tuesday. I talk to my fellow students, my teachers, and I get a lot of work done. So it's really awesome that we have an in-person option for students who need or want that. And then pictured in the top corner, we can see our math teacher, Mr. Glacier, and our art teacher, Ms. Green, pieing each other in the face. We did a Pi Day fundraiser and we raised a lot of money for our senior class, which was amazing, where students and teachers are basically competing to see what teacher would get pied in the face. It's awesome.
We also have aptitude assemblies where students can learn a lot about building leadership skills and personality and good habits.
So these are some of the field trips we've taken. We've gone to 2 colleges so far. So we went to CSUN and UCLA. I attended the CSUN field trip in September, right before it was time to start applying for colleges, because I'm a senior. And it was so helpful and just very informative and let me get an insight into what the everyday college life is like. We were lucky enough to actually attend on the day that they had their club fair. So we got to see all the students out and about and just really, what it would be like to go to that school. So that was very helpful for me. And then we also got to attend the UCLA field trip where we got to watch the basketball game and just look around the campus a little bit.
Another one of our field trips was to Edwards Air Force Base, where students got to explore the Air Force Base a little bit and explore the STEM Expo, where they got to learn a little bit more about STEM.
So these are some of our CTE classes that we offer. We offer business, visual arts, fashion and interior design, and culinary arts. So we were actually able to use Quartz Hill High School's kitchen to do cooking in person. So that's what's pictured here. And then we also have some of our fashion design pictured above there as well.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Are you good? Yeah. All right, moving on. Right, we will go.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Outstanding job. And thank your teachers. They're awesome. E. Greg, are you gonna fill in for Mr. Grado? Recognition of community partners during the aerospace career.
Sure, I'd like to ask Teresa Howard and Dr. Betsy McKinstry to come up.
Thank you. That little girl is awesome.
Good evening, Board and Cabinet. My name is Teresa Howard, and I'm the Director of Industry Liaison and Post-Secondary Partnerships. And here to help me is Dr. Betsy McKinstry, Director of CTE. It is my great honor to recognize the amazing sponsors of the Aerospace Valley Career Fair, A Salute to Youth, that was held on March 10th, 2023. We had over 2,000 students and 100 exhibitors attend this widely successful event that was held in the NASA Armstrong hangar at Plant 42. Please enjoy this highlight video created by our very own Eastside High School students.
Hey, Brad Flick here, Center Director at NASA Armstrong at the Salute to Youth event here in Palmdale. It's been great. I walked in here today not knowing what to expect. I've seen thousands of students, a lot more exhibitors than I thought. And what's impressed me is the level of engagement I'm hearing when I walk around and hear the discussions going on between students and exhibitors. It's been absolutely awesome.
My name is Brian Sandberg. I'm an engineering test pilot for the Lockheed Martin Corporation. So the job of an experimental test pilot is to be both an engineer and an aviator. So that is somebody who knows how to operate the machine, but also how the machine was built and how it was intended to operate. And when it doesn't operate as intended, our job is to work with the engineers to say, you tried to do it this way, it didn't really work the way we wanted. So let's work together to find solutions to get closer to what the goal of the system was.
My name is Joe Piotrowski. I am part of NASA Armstrong. So what my job here is I'm an operations engineer. So if you actually look at this plane right here, this is our DC-8. What I do on the plane is I handle all the science installs, flight planning, working with scientists. We also handle the airworthiness of our planes. Is it mechanically safe, maintenance wise? I get to fly on the planes as a mission director. So what I'm doing as mission director is I'm working with science in the back and the pilots in the front, coordinating flight lines, safety. We open up the science doors, sometimes turn on the probes, all that type of stuff.
My name is Alana Roche. I'm here with Public and Digital Engagement. That's my position at NASA. I'm from the Office of Communications. We're here just talking about our NASA message, spreading the word, here to talk to kids like you and talk a little bit more about some of our projects. Today, we're talking about AM, which is our Urban Air Mobility Project, and also our new aircraft that we're getting built right now by Lockheed Martin, our X-59 aircraft.
And now I'd like to take a moment to thank our very generous sponsors for helping to make this event happen.
I invite the board and superintendent to come down to help recognize their valuable industry partners. Come on down. So recognize our industry partners, please. and Advocacy of Air Force Plant 42's Director, Dr. David Jester Smith, in partnership with Ken Neitzel and with the support of General Higer, Helita Van Hoy, and I'm sure many others, the career fair was able to return to Plant 42 following a brief pause due to increased security requirements following the events of 9/11. We are eternally grateful for your team's dedication to the Aerospace Valley Career Fair. Please know that it positively impacted many students. We also appreciate your ability to get some really cool jets on display at the career fair. Please come up and be recognized. In addition, NASA Armstrong's director, Bradley Flick, and his team, namely Brian Barr and Tracy Taylor, were integral in the planning and execution of the event. Without their commitment and dedication, this event could not have taken place. Brian and Tracy spent countless hours on the layout, identifying security protocols and parameters, and working with the entire event team at the NASA Armstrong to ensure it went off without a hitch. Please come up and be recognized. Michael Flores from the city of Lancaster attended one of our Aerospace Valley Career Fair planning meetings and was all in. He said to me, "What do you need from the city?" And I replied, I need all of the vendors fed. In a couple weeks' time, he issued us a check and we were able to feed over 300 vendors and event workers. For your donation and commitment to our health, please come up and be recognized. I can't say enough about waste management. I was recently in a CTE advisory meeting with Ashley Cortez, who is their commercial recycling coordinator and who has the most infectious, positive personality. She asked what support we needed for the event. I proceeded to tell her that we needed rollaway dumpsters for recycling and trash bins throughout the hangar, 10 porta potties, and hand washing stations, all for free. Within a couple weeks, Ashley made sure we had everything we needed donated for the small price of listing them as a sponsor on all documentation associated with the event. Josh Mann is here today to receive the certificate on behalf of Waste Management. We truly appreciate your support. This past Monday, Mariana Duke and I were able to attend the Lancaster West Rotary meeting to say thank you to an energetic group of do-gooders that support a variety of events throughout the valley. Ron Johnson is here tonight to accept our thanks and for donating funds that also supported feeding the vendors. We are very grateful to you and your financial support of our event. Please come up and be recognized. To those supporters unable to attend tonight but listed in the donation section of the board agenda, Danita, please provide a round of applause for ABC, who paid for the 77 buses that transported our students, as well as those from feeder districts and surrounding area schools. Lemon Leaf, who gave us an incredible discount on catering so that we could feed 300 plus people affordably. The South Central Coast Regional Consortium for providing breakfast to our vendors. The school site leads for filling those buses. And most importantly, our incredible CTE team for the countless hours they spent planning and executing this amazing event. It is a privilege to work with you all. Thank you for your time, and for those of you who were able to attend, I appreciate your support. Right. It's all right.
So next we have Mr. Steve DiMarzio. He's a board member with West Side School District. He's here today to talk to us, share Tech Force Foundation. Mr. DiMarzio, thank you for being with us tonight.
See, the mic's at the right height for me. It's perfect. Evening, President Hughes, members of the board, Superintendent Nian, cabinet, administrators, and those assembled in public. I wish the students were still here, so a lot of it is geared towards them. So what is Tech Force?
Force, the first and only peer network for next-gen tech. Welcome to Tech Force, a platform dedicated to launching and advancing the careers of next-generation technicians. People like you, students, instructors, working techs, industry leaders, you. Showcase your school.
All right, now. Go ahead, sir. Awesome.
Tech Force, the first and only peer network for next-gen tech. Welcome to Tech Force, a platform dedicated to launching and advancing the careers of next-generation technicians. People like you, students, instructors, working techs, industry leaders, you. Showcase your school, certification, job, and awards. Post your current project and follow your friends. Flex your talent. Follow industry trends and connect with future employers. Connect. Works on all devices. Compete with other users and climb the leaderboard in daily and special trivia. Win. Redeem prizes with your points from industry partners. Ticket. Attend events and see what's going on in your area. Scholarships. $1.5 million in scholarships awarded annually. Engage. Access free videos and content to explore your areas of interest. Explore your passion, flex your talent, build your career. Join techforce.org.
If I can, that's blanking it out. So even though it's a nonprofit based in Arizona, it's nationwide. It's the largest 501c3 supporting the tech trade. So it includes all sectors. So automotive, aviation, collision, diesel, fleet, marine, motorcycle, you can read it, restoration, welding, and emerging technologies. Joining the network is key. So within the last 4 years, they've created the network. I joined the network 4 years ago. You can be a student, you can be, anybody can join, the parents, students, instructors. I joined as an enthusiast. As you can see, you create a profile on Tech Force. There's an app you can download. You can do it from your phone. As you can see, that's a current page. So lifetime, I am the leader on the network. So I'm not eligible for prizes. It's more of a game based. I'm kind of type A, kind of competitive. So I challenge the students to keep up with me. So it's fun. And I'll go through a little more details of the network. And I got scan cards. I got more flyers for those in the audience. So why is the network important? Well, it gets you access. So each year, Tech Force mentioned 1.5 million. Thanks to Ford, it's now $2.3 million. And it's not exclusively to Ford. They're just putting the money in the pot because the key is CTE. So student experiences, VIP tickets. So Mecum Auctions race day experience in the past, there were tickets available to go down to Long Beach Grand Prix this past weekend. There's training. So the network does have free trainings on board. It's not ASE certified trainings, but it does help the students, actually helps the instructors. There's plenty of videos, but the key is to join the network to get access. And there are job postings on the network too. So to post, companies need to join the network too. So it's all free. I mean, the companies do have to post a minor, it's not expensive just to post their job postings. It's a minor fee. I don't know exactly what it is. I've been on Ambassador probably about 6 months. I'm still getting up to speed on a lot of this. But students and everyone can join for free. There's prizes available. In fact, the last season, the top 3 students got a parts washer worth $600. So, I mean, it's very good for the students. The key is to get them involved and engaged. So here's the types of scholarships. The majority of scholarships are need-based, not grade-based. There's few that are academic. A lot of it is need-based to keep them in college, whether it's fixing a flat tire, get their car fixed, just to keep them engaged so they don't drop out. It's corporate and individually sponsored. Ford, they dropped $1 million. But there's individual sponsors too. And the current goal is to increase the number of individually sponsored scholarships or donations. So here's an example of individual scholarship, accelerate tuition scholarship awards. So this is tuition assistance. One that I sponsored is the Lynn St. James Women in Automotive Fund. So I've got a 5-year commitment, I'll probably up it. So I donate about $10,000 a year to this fund for needs-based. How to join the network? Scan it, I'll take you right to the network page. In fact, those who join tonight, after my presentation, I'll stand it back. You can get a free t-shirt if you got a verified profile. Unfortunately, I got large or small. I don't have me, so I'll have to go back. So I'll owe you one, just put an IOU and I can get different sizes, from small to 2XL if you need it. So fast facts. So there are 5 open jobs every new tech graduate. As you can see, this is a little bit dated. I think it's up to 330,000 new just to keep up with demand. So there's over 700,000 auto diesel collision techs will be needed from now until 2025. So that includes, your internal combustion engine, hybrid, EV, CNG, hydrogen, you name it. People need to fix it. So this is the key point too, is only 3% of current techs are women. So the key is boosting to get women in the workforce. And it's future driven. I mean, it's no longer just changing oil, changing spark plugs, points and condensing, you're done. Has 70 computers, 100 million lines of code. So you really got to be a technician. In fact, the board of directors chair and president recently said, these are really high-tech careers. It is STEM. She calls it the new collar type of work, not blue collar, new collar. So here's an example. This I pulled out of a document. As you can see, the yellow is upper white collar and the blue, just the dark blue, is upper blue collar. As you can see, some of the applied math is actually higher need in these fields than 4-year colleges, most degrees. There's a Future Tech's Rock Award, and that's most engaging, promising, and passionate students enrolled in transportation. 7,000 of prizes. Unfortunately, you guys advertise the Future Techs. I started sharing. Unfortunately, that contest is over. It's like a short window. It's probably a month and a half. In fact, at AVUHSD, there was probably a few days to go on that Rock Award. So I can just click this video real quick.
I'm Bogey, host of Motor Trend's All Girls Garage and founder of Girl Gang Garage. And of course, Tech Force Foundation super fan. And I am back as an official judge of Future Tech's Rock Awards. You heard me right. I have partnered with Tech Force on the first and only awards program celebrating most promising, most talented, most driven future technicians in the country. Nominations are officially open now. So go to techforce.org/futuretechsrock to nominate your favorite future tech. One winner from each category receives amazing recognition and some really cool prizes from Tech Force sponsors. So if you know a future tech who rocks in your school, in your community, anywhere, visit techforce.org/futuretechsrock to nominate them now.
So there was a contest. So as to even my surprise, go real quick. So there were 10 categories in different fields from automotive to aviation. And if you noticed, when you scroll down to Teresa Saka, she was an aviation category winner from Antelope Valley College. So just as a finalist, she got about $1,500 in gift cards and money. So I voted for Teresa. So voting was open for a short period of time. I mean, it was advertised in the Antelope Valley Press after Bogey Latiner spoke at AVUHSD. With the Tech Force called Julie Drake, hey, you need to push this piece. And, the fastest turnaround I've seen, probably 24 hours later, there was another piece about Tech Force and aviation and Teresa Saka. So 10 finalists were 7 states and 10 schools. So these finalists were actually, I picked the judge in restoration. So Tyler, I actually picked the winner in that category. But you got to vote, the public got to vote on these winners. So there are 4,700 total votes. The winner got 1,200 votes. Fortunately, it wasn't Teresa. She got about 100 votes. She got about 600 votes. She came in 5th place. Now, she could have won. So if we spread more people vote, she could probably won. And she got, the winner got about $5,000 in gift cards, tool certificates, and money. So quite an accomplishment. Oops. School boards help. Typically high school, because you're the next step to them probably going to pick their career path where they go continuation school, UTI, EVIT. I mean, I'm talking Arizona, but there's other colleges. There's UTI campuses in California, as well as other public CTE. So join the Tech Force Network. Easy as just scanning and clicking. Individual school. Explore the resources there. There's a vast amount of resources. That link is broken, but I'll show you a sample page. Promote the network to students, teachers, and staff. I know you have a few staff in your. So advocate for career technical education. College isn't for every student. And I think Bogey emphasized, remove the stigma that is a lesser career than a 4-year college. Budget and staff will allow. I know Little Rock College does have an automotive. I looked on your website. I'm not sure how big it is, but they do have an automotive focus at Little Rock. And push it's STEM. So STEM students are excelling. Maybe it's not college, maybe it's this career, because a lot of these companies, they actually pay for students to go to school. So they can actually come out debt-free and have a job lined up for them. And they're hiring. And the ones that do go, they're 9 months to maybe a year, maybe as high as 2 years, depending on your specialty. They come out a lot better off and they can pay off the debt a lot quicker. In fact, if they're paying for the school and they get hired, that company may pay off their tuition, assuming they stay on for a year or so. Here's a sample of education resources. So there's just a page you can go. There's videos, there's flyers to post. Penske donated the Penske Trucking donated the this 40-foot, not 40-foot, yeah, I think it's no, 26 feet. It's 26-foot long truck. It's not a semi. 26-foot long trunk, and they have different activities to bring out. The only problem with this is logistics. So driving it out here, it costs a diesel, setting it up. So the further it comes out from Phoenix, the more expensive logistics cost is. But they can come out and do the activities. There's a few activities. There's the tire changer, still the old style. It's the 5 lugs on the NASCAR car, not the center lug anyway. They still got the timing light. That's always gets a thrill. Try to beat who's got the fastest reaction time. And just the go nuts. See if you can size up metric and SAE sizes to the wrenches with bolts. And just follow us on social media. But the biggest thing is just techforce.org, sign up and go. That's all I have tonight. Any questions? Oh, just one more thing. I know Night Prep mentioned, sorry about that tech. I was looking up Skills USA and a video blasted, so sorry about that. But Night Prep talked about Skills USA. In fact, Tech Force has supported Skills USA contests and experiences in the past. So Tech Force is all over the map. So they're trying to expand and grow.
Thank you, Mr. DiMarzio. Do you, Danita, do you have anything?
I don't have any questions about Tech Force because I totally believe that that's a wonderful program, and I'm glad to see, Steve, that you're involved in it. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. One, Teresa Saka, I've known her since she was a little baby, and her mom's a teacher in the Lancaster School District. Good people, and I think Teresa's going places. So that is cool that was on the list of
Was she in year 1 or year 2 of the program?
Pardon me?
Was she in year 1 or year 2 of the program? Because if she goes again, we could push her over the top and make her first place.
I think she might be year 2 in the program, but I'm not sure.
So if there's other people out there, please cast your vote, because AVC has got excellent programs. We took a tour of that.
Yes, I did. Yes. And I just have one other question. So is that your Ford Mustang on your page? The red with the white with the red stripe?
That's a 69 Camaro Indy pace car.
Oh, it is? I didn't know that you were interested in cars.
Yeah.
Cool.
You know, No, I won't go. I got a limited time, so I won't take up your time, but the family mechanic fired the family, so I had to pick up the slack when I was 16 years old. So that's how it all started.
Wonderful program. Thank you, Steve. Thank you so much for bringing this again to the attention. I was first introduced when I was at the AVUHSD. I was so inspired by this, and the slide that says, what can boards do to help? I want to even push it a little further as to what tangibly can this district board do to help make these positions real and happening with Dr. Betsy, with our superintendent. So I would love to have a further conversation to
Sure.
do. Let's just,
I think step one is join Tech Force, and you can actually, in there, you can actually put the school on the website. You can
okay.
actually, so just continue. We can talk offline later, or I'll give you my phone number. We can talk more.
This is great. Thank you so much.
Thank
Those
you.
numbers are astounding and makes me nervous.
I as well was impressed with Bogey. Thank you for bringing her. That was amazing. It was incredible, especially with the numbers of the jobs that aren't filled. And we're going to have you part of our strategic plan. So we'll be talking about this with the CTE and the careers. So Miguel.
So it's just like a great tool. I like it for myself. You know, for my kids. This is something that I want to get some knowledge more and educate my neighbors, my friends that have kids too. So this is
I got
good stuff.
flyers. We could spread the word here. I got flyers. They could just
Yeah, man,
join.
I mean, it goes from the training to scholarships to schools, games, events, contests. I mean, this is good stuff and jobs.
Mhm.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, next up, we have Scott Hampton and Dr. Teresa Morris, and they're here to present on the district's math literacy program.
Good evening, board and cabinet. My name is Scott Hampton. I'm the curriculum coordinator for STEM subjects. This is Teresa Morris from MPAS Education. Thank you for giving us some time to talk to you about math literacy tonight. So when people say math class, what do people think? They think it's boring. I can't do math. I hate math. I changed my degree because of math, and I'm not a math person. That's what people think. But we're here to fix this with math literacy. So here's what happened. Students who are 3 to 5 years behind, we took a different approach. We made math hands-on. We made it real world and real mathematics. So what you see here is some students designed a piñata. And one of the things they had to do is they had to figure out, how do I take some flat paper and make a head for an animal? And how do I make legs? What does it look like when you lay it out flat? And the students started to realize that everybody can do math and that mathematics is fun. So here's what we did. We met with some teachers and we worked on this. And these are the elements of a mathematical literate human in our society. They're critical thinkers. They're collaborators, so they work together. They have productive failure. You're going to hear later on in a video from the students how the students learn that failure is part of success. These students learn about communication, how important it is for them to communicate their mathematical thinking to others, to persevere when things get rough, and then to be the problem solvers that we're going to need. In addition to that, but wait, there's more. It's also about community building. And when we're talking about community building, it's not just inside the classroom, it's outside the classroom. We have a partnership with the MOA, and right now there's student work on display for a stained glass exhibit from a math class, which isn't something you usually hear, that math students have a display at the MOA. We wanted to address the social, emotional needs of our students. So from the beginning, we put that into this program. This is equity-minded from the beginning. And it's low floor, which means that our students who are 3 to 5 years behind, wherever they're at mathematically, they can enter into this project and then they can grow from it, wherever they're at. And we're encouraging our students to take 4 years of math. So you have students that are 3 to 5 years behind who are taking more than 3 years of mathematics. And that's a win. Some people might say, I wonder how effective math literacy is. So we measured their growth and we looked at NWEA, which is our testing suite, and we looked at growth. So in the blue here, we have our math literacy students. In the orange, we have what we call our on-level students, or our students who aren't in math literacy, who are closer to grade level than the 3 to 5 years behind. If you look in Algebra 1, they're both above the 50th percentile for growth. That means they're both doing well. But as time goes along, the math literacy students stay above the 50th percentile, whereas the on-level students slide below the 50th percentile. And let me explain to you why this is important. If you're 3 to 5 years behind coming into high school, there's an equity, or there's a gap there, a performance gap. And when you're above the 50th percentile, you can start to narrow that gap. You can start to narrow the achievement gap down to where you can be more competitive in college. Because we want mathematics not to be a barrier for any of our students or anybody, period. Let's talk real quickly about our teachers. So the first slide, you can see our teachers are in pink for a summer training. We have teachers from Little Rock and Eastside there, and they did an amazing race for mathematics. So they run around the city using math to figure out different things to earn some points and try to win this contest. In the center, you'll see also at that, you can see one of our students from Desert Pathway. So even our students who are non-traditional students engage in this. And the end, you can see 2 teachers, one from RX and one from Desert Winds, and they're playing with what's called the clinometer, and they're trying to determine how tall a building, a flagpole, or a tree is. It's something that you can't go up and measure. You can't just hop up a tree real fast and measure it. You can use this clinometer and the tangent function, and you can measure the height of something. Let's hear what the teachers have to say, though, from their own mouths.
And my experience with the Math Literacy Project has been one of great success. Before becoming the principal at Courtsall High School, I was the principal of the alternative sites. And while there, we realized that our students were really struggling to pass math, even after having the class 2 or 3 times. Our students were earning credits about 25% of the time for the math class. Once we introduced the Math Literacy Project, we jumped at both schools up into the 60% range of students passing. What I found amazing is that during this time at Desert Winds specifically, our special education students that really do struggle with the algebra requirement went from only passing 20% of the time to 80% of the time.
So when I first encountered the Math Literacy Project, I was kind of excited. I mean, trying something new, seeing if we can break that cycle. Then getting the training was like, okay, this is a little overwhelming because there is a lot to go into it. But then actually just doing the projects and I mean, being in with the kids and doing the projects, it made it like a lot more fun. And the kids, you could see their confidence going up. But then we put it in some context. They're like, I can do this.
Good.
And they're not like, why do I need to know this anymore? They're actually doing math.
For me, the Math Literacy Project reinvigorated my passion for teaching math. Math isn't just about memorizing formulas and solving problems. We need to encourage our students to think critically, explore different approaches to problem solving, and of course, have fun. Because math can be intimidating for students. So it's important to create a positive and supportive learning environment that encourages questions and provides positive feedback. It also creates a classroom culture where mistakes are seen as opportunities to learn and to grow. That's the Math Literacy Project, and I'm so proud to be a part of it.
The students are getting so much more out of math and actually retaining that math. And I believe that these critical thinkers that we're putting into the world are going to be amazing mathematicians, lawyers, whatever they want to be, because they can think critically. It's not about learning the math, but it's about experiencing it. And like I said before, not to become calculators, but to become critical thinkers. That's one of the main reasons that we're doing math.
When I initially found out about it, I was really excited. I was like, projects math, I'm all about it. And then I was really confused because I didn't know like how to implement it or what to do. But then I was given all these kids that I was like, told you got to teach them projects. And I was like, what do I do? But the first meeting that we had all together at the district made me feel so much better and so much more comfortable, especially all the time that I got to collaborate with everybody about how to do the projects and try a project on our own and complete it and talk with my peers about it. That was really helpful.
Math literacy curriculum and training has greatly impacted my teaching. I never thought of myself as a sage on the stage prior to this. However, now I realize that I was a bit of a sage on the stage. I've become a lot more flexible and able to follow students' thinking. With this curriculum, there is no one right answer. The students are going to have multiple entry points into the problem and multiple solutions. So I've become much better at supporting students and thinking through their own path instead of trying to direct them through my way of thinking or the textbook's way of thinking.
The greatest impact. I've seen a lot of growth with some of the teachers that are doing it as well, especially if they're embracing it, you know, a little more open-minded. Unfortunately, you know, math teachers, we sometimes get in our ruts, like this is how I was taught and this is how we're going to do it. But the teachers that I have seen do the best are very receptive to something different, especially projects, right? As far as student growth goes, it's super exciting to see some of these students who feel like they're not successful in math, all of a sudden, you know, come out of their shell and have some successes. And going into the different classes that I've observed where people are doing the projects, even since the beginning of the year, I've seen the growth with the students too, because the first time I came in during the year, you know, you could see them not wanting to do stuff, but you know, they've gotten through more projects when they're actually doing them. It's really fun to see the kids get excited and speak up instead of just sitting there saying, I can't do math.
This is our MOA partnership. This is a stained glass display. This is last year's display. I haven't got over yet to take this year's display pictures. But the students took applications of math, like their scale functions, and they applied it to art to make something that was fun, because you heard people talk about fun, and I think math can be fun, interesting, and real mathematics. We also have a student author. Her name is Kayla. She wrote this book called How Tall is Lulu? And How Tall is Lulu is a math book written for kids about proportional triangles to find out how tall the giraffe is. So this young lady wrote a real book that you can purchase now on Amazon. And it's very exciting to see kids in math class write a book for other kids to learn from. Here's some of our students at work. This is what math class should look like more often, I think. First of all, you see a group of kids there looking at that clinometer again. They're using the tangent function, trying to calculate how tall something is. Probably a tree, because it's at school, maybe one of the cell towers. And then next to that, you see a group of students discussing mathematical equations. How often do you walk into a room where kids are talking about the equations that they derived from a phenomena they just witnessed or created and having a discussion about it? Never, right? Yeah. And next to that, so here's what we did. We had an amazing race, an amazing math race at UCLA. And Little Rock won. They ran around UCLA doing a whole bunch of different mathematical events. Little Rock won, and here's them celebrating. And we talked to the teacher and the students. They said that was a highlight. For Little Rock to come out, beat everybody, that was a highlight. At the end, you see that student, it's a torque car. The student's calculating how many turns of a wheel they need to go, or how many times the wheel needs to turn to drive a car a certain distance, and how many rubber bands they need to put on to calculate this. And the student's talking about line of best fit. And these were students that came in 3 to 5 years behind, talking about line of best fit and tangent functions. Let's hear from the students though, because let's see what they have to say.
I feel like all math teachers expect, just because they're good at math, to, like, when they teach it, they expect people to get it really fast. And I feel like that was one of the main reasons, like being like feared of judging, like being judged for something you don't know. But like now in this math class, that's a good thing. Like if you don't know, it means that there's more space for you to improve and evolve as like a person in math and everything.
One of the main questions kids ask is, how am I going to apply this to the real world? And this really helps us. Like, you don't have to ask the questions right there.
Before taking this class, I had trouble completing the NWEA test or any of the last year final exams. I feel a lot more accomplished having completed the geometry final this year with a B+. I found
With the project, it's more, oh, I want to do this project because it's interesting.
Okay.
With the work, it's more just, okay, I'll do this, but I really don't find this interesting.
I've grown a lot from feeling like failing isn't an option and just failing was embarrassing to now being like, it's okay to fail because failing leads to growth. And especially in this class, it teaches you that failing is just another step towards success. So I enjoy that.
And for people that don't like math or is that fun, that's not their favorite subject, this project will change your mind and help you improve.
Before I was in Miss Gordon's class, like middle school and all of that, I've never really passed the math class until I got into this hands-on class because I didn't used to like math, but this class made me like math more because it's like more projects and more hands-on things.
Definitely, it'll help you in the long run. And once you get out of high school, you'll be able to take the skills that you gained from this class and be able to use it in the real world or even in college.
Yes, I feel like I'm doing a lot better this semester than previous years in terms of understanding the subject. Because before in like 6th and 7th grade, and when we got in quarantine, I'll be honest, I wasn't really understanding it, but now I kind of understand like the subject and why,
It's really really fun and like I enjoyed it. I enjoyed math before, but now I could say like I laugh in a math class. I enjoy myself. Like it's like it doesn't feel like a task. It feels like something that I look forward to going to this class. It's fun. I get to collaborate and it's a good environment, yeah.
It is, I agree.
So thank you, students. A couple things that really stuck out to me when I heard that. I listen to students talk about how failure isn't a problem. It's just going towards success. Or when that student says, when I don't know something, it's an opportunity to grow. You don't hear that a lot in adults or students, either one. So I just was really reflecting on how much growth it is. And then hearing someone say they laugh in math. Come on now. That's not usually what we hear kids describe mathematics as. So I'm gonna have Teresa talk for a minute now.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott, and thank you for the opportunity to share this amazing math literacy program with you. It has been quite a 4-year journey to this point, but a little bit about myself as to what came about in this. You'll see here a little bit about my background, but the one that you want to draw your attention to is I have over 30 years of education. I've taught everything from kindergarten through graduate level. That's in math courses as well as teacher preparation courses. The one I want to bring your attention to next is the key assessment architect for Smarter Balance, AP exams, and the newly released SAT and ACT. So what does that mean to you? I am the original creator of the math questions on these Smarter Balance performance tasks. They take my items, send them to Cube Farms, change names and numbers, and make thousands of them. So I am that person well protected way in the back that we don't try to tell people publicly who I am. But that's what I do, and that's what I used to do. I'm also an assessment and a curriculum creator. I've been hired by McGraw-Hill, Discovery Ed, and a bunch of other people. And I was like, we're still missing some of this. What we're missing in a lot of other curriculum-based elements is equity. On every national assessment, there is an absolute mandate for equity and accessibility. Accessibility meaning physical, emotional, social, cognitive, and socioeconomic. There are national guidelines for that. I helped develop those. So the math literacy program, that curriculum, is founded on all of those tenets. Bill Gates Foundation is learning of this program. They are anxious to know more about this program. We have 2 national evaluators that are examining the actual curriculum itself. Ray Pershone from Stanford University, who used to be my boss. I worked at the Stanford Center for Assessment, Learning, and Equity for quite a while. And then Stuart Call, who is part of national assessments for the U.S. Department of Education. His comment to me directly was he has never seen such a comprehensive curriculum as what we're developing for the math literacy. It's got the math content level, it's got social emotional learning, it has career readiness lessons, all tied directly into it. You heard a lot of presentations tonight about that step towards university, that step towards a career. Well, every one of our projects is founded on a tangible element in the real world. So as part of that, we talk about what careers are part of that. So if a student is like, wow, I really like architectural design or designing a piñata, or the 2-week challenge, which is in physical exercise, they learn what jobs are available in that industry. So again, I want to thank you for this opportunity to share what the math literacy program is all about and give you an opportunity to ask us questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have just a couple quick things. I almost forgot to say where I found Teresa at. She was presenting for Los Angeles County Office of Education and working at Stanford at the time. And I thought, wow, this lady is awesome. I need to link up with her. And that's where I met her. So thank you, Teresa, for agreeing to work with us. And thank you folks for listening to this.
You got it. Go ahead.
Teresa, you didn't say anything about how you helped our Antelope Valley High School student publish her book. And it's because of impasse that she actually got it published. And I want to thank you. She's very proud of that book, and it's way cool for a high school student to write a book, and thank you for helping her get it published.
Well, thank you for being at that event last night to celebrate her accomplishments. Kayla Maples was at Desert Winds High School at the time in Kara McKnight's classroom. And as Scott mentioned, she was working on similar triangles and shadows to be able to find the height. She authored the book and showed it to me. And I was like, this is impressive. My background is math. Clearly, you saw I'm in math. But I recognized the talent of this book. And I said, this is worthy of being published. So I promised Kayla, we're going to publish this book. Okay, talk about just stepping right into the deep end. I had no idea about how to publish a book. So we took a year and we figured out that through Impasse Education, my company, we can then publish through Amazon. Kayla was the first student. On May 20th at the district event here at this office, we're going to be unveiling 5 additional AV high school students who have authored and or illustrated and will have their book published on Amazon.
Wow.
So very excited about that.
And,
Thank you.
and I want to mention too that the illustrator is not from the Antelope Valley.
That's correct. The illustrator lives in Indiana. So my thought was, if I'm going into this student authored, let's make it student illustrated as well. All 100% of net profits from any sale of any book go directly to the students. Impasse Education retains none of that. It is our platform to celebrate student success, and that's what we're about.
What I liked about the fact that you had said that the student illustrator, as well as they corresponded back and forth and collaborated on what the book would end up looking like. And they haven't met. The 2 students haven't met yet, have they?
Correct. And actually I've saved those texts. You're stepping out on a whole new level here. So I was making sure that I was really helping that collaboration, and I would monitor their text messaging back and forth. But what I'm impressed by is 2 students who have never met each other, collaborating on a high professional level and back and forth, giving both critical feedback, both directions, and the result being a beautifully published book.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I just had a question for the impasse. Off the top of my head, I don't remember, but how many schools are we implementing the impasse at? Or classrooms, I guess?
I'm trying to think. It's almost all of the schools except for one school where the teacher left. So at just about every school,
So
there's a number of sections depending on availability of the teacher. One thing is that it does take time for the teachers to learn how to teach differently.
Right.
Because you heard the teacher saying, my degree's in math too. That's not how I was taught. Like I was taught, just sit down, do some math problems, everything will be okay. And just don't worry too much about the application. So it's great growth for the teachers. Like you
Right.
heard the other young lady say, I was excited and then I was scared. And then it was okay. So it takes some time for us to get teachers trained, but
Okay.
all the sites just about have math literacy classes in them.
And then just one last comment. I love how whether folks want to believe it or not, arts integration is a part of the math. So of course, thinking about our STEM to STEAM culture. But MOA, that's amazing. The first image you showed is the piñata, and that's art. So arts integration into these other core subjects, I really appreciate that. So thank you for your
We also
presentation.
have a marching band project as well. So there's a number of projects that involve an art collaboration. We got to get students involved with math and what interests them.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Mr. Nee, I'm going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. One board member. Thank you.
So the airfield, you gotta land it. Well, especially at 1:30, 34, yeah. You're also in for a day?
Yeah.
We're pretty much around now. My wife, she works there, I think for 30 years. She's an airport girl. Sure. Thank you. Hi, fly high. Cool, some good stuff. This is why we like have to go there and take it. They left too early though, like you said. I just there. I do too.
Oh, man, I was stressed that you could see me.
That right there.
That was, I was like, too big. Okay, okay.
That was a long one. Yeah, no. Okay, Mr. Nehan, can we go ahead and reconvene and we will go to E, item E?
If I could have everybody's attention, we're going to resume the meeting.
Uh-huh. We're gonna bring this meeting back to order. I'll do it. All right, my first gavel. That was my first gavel ever as a board president. History. All right, thank you very much. Can we come back to order, please?
So the next item on the agenda is dress code. There has been some conversation recently. Is the
Where's our
microphone
IT
working?
guy?
Okay. There's been some conversation recently about dress code and our dress code policy. So the board had asked to have this on the agenda for discussion.
Yes, sir. Ms. Corona, would you like to start?
Yes, so I definitely want to discuss the policy 5132 and Reg 5132 specifically because one of them was last reviewed in 1994. And as we all know, things have changed over the past 25 years. And then the other was 2007. So I think it's definitely due that we talk about it. I do have concerns with what I see on the high schools as far as dress code, the enforcement of the dress code, our students, you know, even just as an example, wearing their identification on the regular. So I'm hoping we can have a conversation and definitely get our student rep here thoughts on what is a possible revision to a 2023 world where fashion can be ways of bullying. Fashion can also be a way of stating identity and their authentic self. So really trying to find a way to talk about this and go forth. So
And-
I just want to start with that.
Thank you very much for starting the conversation. If I could just make it quick, can we give, I would like to give Mr. Nehan some instruction from the board to create some committees, some groups, including everybody, students, administrators, you know, principals, teachers, and start having this discussion so we can get to a revision on these policies.
Absolutely. I had an initial conversation with the site principals, and there is a high level of interest on their part to review and revise the dress code policy. And I think it's also important to include students and parents on that, receive their input, and then we can bring it back to the board in a few meetings for the board's consideration and review, and then ultimately we'll have a final version for the board's consideration.
Great, and we can have Mr. Delgado represent or be the lead on our students if we could, please.
And I completely agree that these policies are really outdated, and to hear that something was so old, 1997, 94, that's
I started the department, I'm retired now.
That's before my brother was born. It's just insane to think that, like, we live in a world, we're in 2023, times have definitely changed, and I feel like I've heard so many complaints, not only at SOAR, but throughout the entire district, that the enforcement of these policies and codes really just like belittles students. And it's really frustrating to hear it, because the way you dress is a form of self-identification and expression. So I feel like this is something that's been long overdue, and I am more than happy to get students who I know are going to be passionate about this topic to come and join a committee or a group, and we'll get to some consensus about it.
Outstanding. Thank you very much. I appreciate your input on that. All right. Any other discussion on that? Ms. Nguyen?
No, I recently was talking to Mr. Scott, Randy Scott, who is one of our fantastic volunteers, and he used to his career was an engineer, and he said he used to tell his the people that he worked with that you dress the way you want to be treated, and if you dress professionally, you'll be treated professionally. And I think that that's something we need to remember.
Sunny. Ms. McGrady, do you have any input? Okay, Mr. Sanchez. Good, all right.
And can I just
Yes,
say one more
absolutely,
thing,
you
only
can.
because, and I'm sure people are gonna say, throw darts at me, but when you're talking amongst your committees, not that I'm advocating for uniforms, however, it would, yeah, not advocating for that. I went to a school that had uniforms, but when you're thinking about maybe having some regulatory nature of something, I just would love for you not to automatically throw that out. That's all I'm asking. Have an open mind in your discussions.
Perfect.
No darts, please.
Can I add
Yes,
something
ma'am.
to Carla's comment? So the very first time I ever approached a board of trustees was the Lancaster School District. And I was there to talk about their decision to go with a uniform. And I, with an art background, I was upset. How are the students going to express themselves? How are they going to? I had to eventually make another trip to that podium and apologize, because New Vista Middle School had uniforms, and I found that the students, once they were all dressed in the same uniform, and maybe you found this too, Carla, that they found other ways to express. They raised their hand in class. They were wanting to be, known and singled out as a person in education. And I had to apologize for my comments that I made at the beginning of the school year.
Right. All right, moving on. F, Ms. Ramos.
Tonight you have on your, at your seat, a written report on our certificated recruiting update. It addresses some of the questions that the board had submitted. I'm happy to answer any questions now or at a later time on that. I will go ahead and do a shout out that we're having another certificated hiring day this Saturday. We have 33 interviews scheduled. So we're looking forward to meeting some new potential teachers in the district and offering some conditional offers of employment.
Outstanding. And are we including the union with that recruitment effort? I would like to see us do that for sure.
That is something that we're looking at. We had started that process before COVID, and then most of our recruiting trips went virtual for the last few years. This year, we're back on the road, and Mr. Millings and I have been in discussions on how next year we can ensure collaboration with AVTA in those efforts.
Outstanding. Thank you very much.
This report, is it up on the screen, or I just want people, just so the public understands the context?
It's not posted. It will be
okay.
available to the public tomorrow
Okay.
morning.
Well, then I'll just, so I asked specifically about faculty diversity and the recruitment efforts at HSIs, Hispanic Serving Institutions, and HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities. So just for the public to know, our teachers are 58% white, 25% Hispanic, 10% Black or African, and these are all identifying. Asian 3.7 and decline to state 1.4. So there is a note, I would love if we can collect data of all these recruitment efforts, especially at the HSIs and the HBCUs, because it is very important that we are recruiting and retaining the representation of our demographics. So just something that we should be intentional about moving forward. And I'm not sure why HSIs or HBCUs aren't coming to Antelope Valley. But we need to change that so that we have more of that balance of representation. But thank you for this report. And I'm probably still going to ask for a presentation in the future, but this will suffice for now. So thank you, Christina.
Absolutely, and could not agree more.
And once again, thank you very much for the information that you provided. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Moving on. Mr. Nehan, G.
So I wanted to give the board an update on the district strategic planning process. At the February 16th board meeting, the board approved an agreement with the Findley Group to facilitate the drafting of a strategic plan for the district. Becky Bailey Findley is our strategic plan facilitator in this process. Ms. Findley and I have met multiple times, a couple times in person, multiple times virtually, and to begin developing the structure and the goals of the process itself, not the final product, but the process. In addition to our meetings, Cabinet has had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Findley twice over the last couple months, actually the past month, and these meetings have provided a great space to reflect on the state of the district and the direction that we feel is best. We've developed an initial structure for a core planning group, which would include board president, potentially board vice president or other board member, superintendent, deputy superintendent, representation from bargaining units, both sides, and then students and community representation as well. And then the four main elements of the plan will focus on, and always most importantly, is the security and safety of our students and our staff. High academic achievement for all students with a continued focus on both college and career, both of which will result in mortgage paying jobs. Engaging student programs through career technical education, the arts, reinvigorating our ag programs, athletics, and other extracurricular activities, and then the social and emotional well-being of our students. And if I can go back to safety for a moment, and when we talk about safety, we want our students safe on campus while they're with us. We also want to protect them from elements outside of campus to potentially coming on. And so we have with us this evening a community member who has a long-standing relationship with the district, as well as a very unique set of experiences. He's offered to be part of the district's strategic planning process specific to school safety. And he came this evening, and I've asked him to say a few words about the unique experience that he brings to the table. So Mr. John Hutak, thank you for being here tonight, John.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Cabinet members and my fellow workers for many, many years. You brought up 1994. I was probably part of that plan, dress code plan, but I'm rather unique in many ways, but one of them is that I had 40 years of experience in law enforcement as a reserve deputy for Los Angeles County. And I have 40 years experience as an educator, school administrator, teacher, principal, superintendent, what have you. I've had a lot of training, but I really count on my practical experience for my knowledge in what I do. One of the things that I've been doing for the last 20 years, I'll just share with you. I have about 20 different law firms, 20, 30 different law firms over the last 20 years that have hired me or designated me as an expert witness to protect or help defend school districts, lawsuits against school districts. So as an expert witness, I've probably been involved in 50 or 60 cases where school districts have been sued for wrongful death, injury, and so on. And I share my expertise as an educator and as in law enforcement, and it makes it really pretty difficult on the plaintiff side to argue with me. So anyhow, what I'm here tonight is to offer my background, my experience, and I'd love to help you with your strategic master plan on the safety and security side of things and share with you my knowledge and experience. Thank you.
Outstanding.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
So the next step in the process is to review some data. We have a wide repository of data. We need to specifically identify the data that we need and begin reviewing and disaggregating that. And if we need to gather more, we'll design surveys that'll include information from the community and our students that aren't included in our current data set. I'm excited about the journey ahead. I'm confident that this process will clearly define our path forward for the next several years, and it'll build confidence in our community that our schools are the right choice for their students. And I'm pleased with the progress thus far, and I'm excited to continue moving forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Mr. Nahan, can you kind of explain what the board's role is to set the vision of this district, and we're doing that with the strategic plan, but also it's the budget. Can you kind of explain, we're in the third budget year, and then how we're going to meld the strategic plan and the budget in the next budget year?
Yeah, absolutely. So the state of California envisioned the local control accountability plan, the LCAP, as the strategic plan for school districts. But over time, it's become so restrictive and so compliance driven that it's not really a functional plan. But it's always on 3-year cycles. We're coming up on the third year of a 3-year cycle. It'll coincide nicely with the strategic plan development process as we transition next winter, next spring, and begin developing an entirely new LCAP. We can then align the strategic plan with the goals of the LCAP, and then the budget and the LCAP are always very closely aligned.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any questions, discussions?
Anxious to see it get started.
Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question. So I'm hearing the data and the collection. Are we going to be thinking about town halls? So where we're actually going, well, not we, but the committee or whichever the folks are, but going out to the communities themselves to have town halls, for lack of a better word, to gather anecdotal info beyond the data?
Yeah, absolutely. And really qualitative information and whatever we call the format, it's really meaningful engagement with our educational partners, be it students, be it parents, be it local industry, local leadership. So yes, that is a part of the process.
Absolutely. Yep. She says she's happy you're back.
I was off, sorry. I am happy to see you back. I think the first time I met you, you were principal over at Phoenix High School, and I was so impressed with the work that you did. I'll always have been a fan. Thank you for coming back and helping us.
Ms. McGrady, any comments?
Nope, sounds good.
Mr. Sanchez? Good. All right. Thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. Needham. I'm pretty excited about this. All right, Mr. Hawkins, you're up.
Hi, good evening. Just real quick on the audit for our district, previously was on PINCO. Once again, we have an unmodified opinion, which is the highest that the auditors can give. There were two areas that they looked at and pointed out to us that we needed a slight improvement on. One had to do with the notice to other private schools in our boundary and providing a notice for federal Title I programs. We have about 30 of those schools, and we were unable to find documentation for all but one of them. And that happened to be one of 5 they asked about. But we have rectified that situation. It was a staffing change during COVID. And then the second one had to do with our independent study, had to do with our short-term independent study. That would be students that are leaving the campus or the district for between 5 and 15 days. It was some technical language in the master contract that we have with the parent and the student. It's about 5 pages long, and we missed a paragraph or so. And the law has changed so much on independent study once we went into COVID that we just overlooked it. So the net effect is 0 because they do show a loss of ADA, but at that time we were paid on a percentage of enrollment, not ADA. So therefore there is no loss to the district for those. And those were corrected prior to the end of last year as well.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Williams, you're up.
Just would like to report that we did not receive any complaints during this time period.
All right, great, thank you. And I'll go and jump in on the board report. I got to attend the robotics competition. It was absolutely amazing. East Side, what a presentation. It was just truly amazing. Also, I'd like to recognize a couple of the board members, previous board members, Mr. Davis, Mrs. Perrell. Did they leave? Okay, I just want to say that they're, yep. Thank you. Thank you for coming and still supporting the board. And that's all I have, and I'll kick it back to you, Mr. Hawkins, for AVSTA. Oh, go ahead. If you have something to say, absolutely.
I just wanted to report, we had our first arts committee meeting that was specifically about the arts, the AMIM block grant. And it was really great. The principals are a part of it, and then 2 representatives per school. So I set some proposed objectives, goals for the block grant so that we're all very clear as to what we want to use this money to support our students in the best way. So we'll have ongoing meetings, but it was really great to have that committee meeting. Bunch of arts folks in the same room is always exciting, lots of opinions. But that's all I wanted to say, so thank you.
ABTA, or you're done, right? I'll go to you, Mr. Hawkins, sorry, back to you.
Just real quick, AVSTA is working on setting up a couple of more classes for new bus drivers, and they have one set right now with about 15 to 18 students. They'll end up hopefully getting somewhere between 5 and 8 that will actually work all the way through and pass and can get their bus license. But they are continuing to work on that issue.
Outstanding. I know that's been an issue. All right. ABTA. And Mr. Cronister, correct? All right.
Nice to meet you.
Good evening. I'm Jason Cronister, Vice President of Association Business for the Antelope Valley Teachers Association.
and I'm really happy to be here tonight. AVTA is proud to work with the district leadership and looks forward to the future as we strive to overcome obstacles in the path of education. Also, we appreciate the good faith and bargaining from the district in the upcoming weeks, as raises are a popular agenda in LA County recently. We look forward to working together to continue to give our teachers the resources to educate our students for success. On another note, AVTA would like to echo CTA's concerns for charter schools with no unions. We hope our teachers' voices are a consideration in this matter. We would like to keep the district focused on our students and the hard work of our teachers and staff in our classrooms. Thank you for your time tonight, and I'm optimistic about the direction of the district as we move forward towards the end of this school year. If you have any questions, let me know. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Great presentation. All right, Miss CSEA, Miss White.
Good evening, and it is definitely evening, isn't it? You sure do. So good evening, Board President, Mr. Hughes, our board members, our student board member, Mr. Delgado, our board cabinet, Mr. Nian, Mr. Willis, and Ms. Orozco. So I see you have a very busy agenda tonight, so I'll try to get right to the point. And sure, you're probably very anxious to have anyway. So, you know, I know that you realize with tonight's meeting, the hourglass is draining its last granules of sand for this school year. May is quickly approaching us, and we're just a few weeks out from graduation ceremonies and the end of school. All sites have been very proactive and engaged with our incoming ninth graders, welcoming them to all of our sites so they'll get the lay of the land and know that we're here for them when they begin their journey for high school. Next year is already on the horizon and time seems to be speeding up. So you need to get your skates on and get ready for the ride because it's upon us. And we still have so much to do. Let me thank you, along with Miss Christina Ramos, as well as her secretary, Lisa Potter, for sending 11 classified members to the Para Educator Conference that was held on April the 4th. These ladies returned with a new passion and energy from this conference. Their trainings that they attended were described as extremely beneficial. The meetings ran anywhere from 3 to 6 hours long and covered a vast amount of techniques and materials. Upon their return, I heard duplicate comments about new terminology to use in de-escalating situations, common phrases that they could use, and so much more that they are asking if this training could be given in August when they meet with their other trainings for their schedule in August. Everyone expressed their wishes that others could have attended these classes because it was an enormous amount of great information and they said everybody should know about it. So I thank you because you made it happen. Not only did it benefit our students and their families, but also our members, their jobs, and of course, our district. It is helping and making a positive difference for everyone. And we look forward to next year when we can continue to look for your support in this area. Tonight, you have on your agenda 9A, CSEA's proposal for upcoming negotiations with the district. There is lots to consider and possible improvements since we're in a full successorship this year. We look forward to negotiating with the district for beneficial and rewarding agreement between the two of us. Which brings me to item 9F and 15B. I want you to know that CSEA understands both of these items. The why and the where there was and is a need for these. We do not object to the realization that such a correction needs to be implemented in order to be competitive with other employment opportunities concerning these positions. We want the best we can get, as well as you do. I'm sure you watched, as the nation did, the LAUSD negotiations for the need of the families to have the ability to support and have health benefits for their families. Families that had students attending LAUSD schools. Granted, LAUSD employees had not received any increases since 2020. But we also know we were all in a world of hurt with COVID-19. Our district has worked with us and other bargaining units the past 2 years, with LAUSD establishing new lines for minimum wages, health benefits, and $1,000 bonuses. We know that this will come into negotiations. And just as 9F and 15B come forward, CSEA wants the same support to have a competitive wage, an opportunity for our members to advance and work for a district that shows it too respects the jobs classified do, the hard work they provide in supporting our students, their families, and the district's communities with the best. We wish to congratulate the district on the 2 job fairs that they had recently, and I understand that they were both a great success. And I hope these opportunities will also be made again during the school year 23-24. So we won't have the shortages that we had this past year. I thank you for acknowledging the Teacher Appreciation Week, Classified School Employees Week, and the National School Nurse Day on May the 10th. They have all worked hard and need to know how much they're appreciated for holding down the fort on a daily basis. They go above and beyond each day, and they need to be recognized for their continued dedication, at least for a week, if not longer. And with that, I thank you for your attention with my comments, and I hope you can enjoy the longer days, the warmer weather, and our beautiful poppies. Unless you have allergies, then just enjoy the warmer days. Good evening.
Thank you very much. All right. Moving on to N. All right. Are there any comments from the public on agendized items?
We have comments for all the public comments on agendized item is for 7A, which is the public hearing for Synergy. So we'll be hearing those during that when you call that up.
Yes, ma'am. Right. Do we have any public comment from the floor on non-agendized items?
Yes, we do. We have, we have 8.
Outstanding. The public is invited to address the board on any matter not on the agenda that is within the jurisdiction of the board. To address an item not on the agenda, speaker forms must be given to the designee before the board president chair announces this item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and a total time for public input shall be limited to 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotted to another speaker during public comments. The board listens to the concerns or issues. The boards may ask questions for purposes of clarification. The law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking action on items not on the agenda.
First speaker, Eugene Hernandez, regarding public comments.
Mr. Hernandez, welcome.
First of all, I'd like to apologize to the president, Charles Hughes, for my remarks at the last meeting.
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
And, because I had a very interesting conversation with Carla Corona. And I think the board should be very proud of her putting together with Dr. Jose Rivera, a week of celebration of Cesar Chavez, including a movie by Diego Luna of Star Wars fame, art show, and a display of Chicano books. And she did not lower the standard by calling it Hispanic. It was a great effort by her. I hope that the school district can also duplicate that. And I have full confidence in you, Miguel, and Carla, and I agree with you, Carla's position that we should try to recruit more Latino Chicano teachers to the school district. And I also would like to say that when there was a presentation by your tech guy, why was there no discussion about Chat GPT, whether AI represents a threat perhaps to the computer system of the school district? And I furthermore, am very concerned by the article I read today regarding the Synergy School. I feel that this school sounds like a Ponzi scheme in which not only do they want to produce the school, they want the school district to buy them the land.
Excuse me, Mr. Hernandez, that's on an agendized
Okay, I'm
item.
sorry. Okay.
And are you gonna, do you have a card on that?
Yes, I will. I'll
Okay,
talk about
thank you
that.
very much. These are non-agendized items and
All right.
you can speak on that.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
Well,
it.
once again, I really think that Carla Corona is a real asset to the school board. And I really think that she should be honored and respected for that. And I agree with you.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Janice Johnson, regarding staff sexual misconduct issues with cyber misconduct.
Good evening. Can I ask a question? Have you filed a complaint on this?
So I did file a complaint with the superintendent
Okay,
on September 1st of 2022.
okay, thank you.
So hello, good evening. I'm not sure what the protocol is, but good evening to the board members.
Good
the
evening.
Cabinet. So I'm a mom, forgive me. I am a mother of a 12th grade student that goes to Lancaster High School. Last August, we were made aware of inappropriate, not only behavior, but interactions with your security personnel. When I found out as a mom, we called the police. That was my first, oh my God. Not only were the interactions on the iPhone that we purchased, thinking, we have an 11th grade student, her scores are struggling, she's an athlete, but we want her to graduate. We want to be those parents. I have 2 other students that have graduated from Lancaster High School. I thought this was, I have a 4th one and a 3rd one that are there now. I can trust this school. As long as I do my part, you guys are gonna do your part. That's not what happened. When I brought it to the attention of the school district as of August 21st, that not only was the iPhone being used, but your Chromebook, the computer that I signed on for 2 different students from independent study to the regular school that said this computer is only to be used for school-related purposes, was the main source of everything not school-related purposes. From drug behavior, from a grown man that raped my daughter coming onto your campus, checking her out of your campus, an actual security personnel that works at the school having interactions with my child at 17 years old, from Facebook on the Chromebook, from Instagram on the Chromebook. When I brought it to your attention, the security treated me as if I had done something wrong by bringing it to your attention that not only is my daughter being approached and security is leading her down a path, not only the whole varsity volleyball team, Nobody notified anybody's parent. Nobody cared for almost 2.5 weeks. From Kern County Sheriff's Department to the principal to an actual secretary, making me feel like the worst mother, the worst parent in the world, for coming and bringing this to the attention of Lancaster High School. Mr. Bryant, the security personnel supervisor, told me his wife had a doctor's appointment, and I'll get back to it later. This is after 2 days of phone call after phone call. I also have a 10th grader that attends this school. One son, he bothers nobody. He's on the football team. He helps out the disabled kids. Now he's scared to go to school. Now he doesn't know who to trust. Because not only is the security, they also help with the football team. Nobody cared. Nobody cared. From me sitting outside the Lancaster Sheriff's Department for 8.5 hours in the middle of the night to have to show a computer of videos of activities at Lancaster High School that are inappropriate, that are sexual, that a mother should never have to look at. You know what they asked me? How come Lancaster High School hasn't contacted me? I have no idea. How come the sheriff that is on the campus hasn't been made aware? You tell me, because I've been over there.
Mr. Nehan, can we get the board get a report on this allegation and what was occurred and what we found on the investigation?
Yeah, I can bring that forward at the next meeting.
Thank you very much.
That would be a closed session item, just to be clear.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ma'am, I absolutely will look into this.
I really, because it is to the point where, you know, every month I go up there and I check on my daughter to let them know she's still a runaway. Due to this, due to the people that are involved at the school, she's scared to even go back to school or to even try to graduate. We had to move. You know, I need you guys to understand that your teachers called me as protocol and said, oh, by the way, you know, she's not graduating. Oh, really? All this time I come up there every month. I check. I see how she's talking to somebody, because it's still computers all over the place with her logins. It's still IT department telling me this can't happen, but it can.
Can you do me a favor? So there's additional stuff after the initial complaint? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, can you write that down and provide it to Mr. Nehan, and I will look into this.
I gave him every date, every contact. I gave it to Mr. Nehan. As of
September
September
or
1st,
after?
all they did was contact me, tell me there was nothing they could do. So at that point, I checked my son out. My daughter is still enrolled into Lancaster High School with nothing.
If you please, will write the additional step down and get it to Mr. Nehan, and
Okay.
it will get to this board and we'll
Okay.
review it. Thank you very
And
much.
it is in a written for everybody. Had I known, I would have made a copy. But Miss Rachel did provide me with everybody's emails, so I'll make sure everybody has a copy. And the fact that it's public record, you know, it's bad enough that I'm here for her. I don't need all of the rest of my information. I still have another child that has to go and graduate from somebody's school district. He would like to go back to Lancaster, but he would like to know that he could be safe at a high school.
Thank you. You have our emails?
Yes.
Okay, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy Campos, Title IX and Williams Act.
Good evening.
Good evening.
As you know, my daughter was sexually assaulted at Quartz Hill High School on February 3rd, 2023. While the delay of any consequences is based on state and federal Title IX guidelines, much that has happened preceding this incident and in the wake of this incident are in full control of the district. The Williams Act, which was signed into law in 2004, specifically states that each student must be provided with standards-aligned instructional materials to use in class and at home. In 2019, California updated its health standards to include the specific teaching of what constitutes sexual harassment, sexual assault, affirmative consent, and rape culture. This district is out of compliance by using health textbooks from 2003 And given that my daughter's attacker is completely unaware of the wrongness of his actions, it is blatantly clear that those standards are not being taught. As a result, this school district is partially liable for the assault and trauma my daughter faced and continues to face each day. She must see her assailant on campus and be victim shamed by his friends. I am once again just asking, just as I did at last month's board meeting, that the Antelope Valley High School District follow state law and teach the current health standards, as there is no evidence that this is taking place in any of the high schools. I am also asking that the district and the board adopt policies that protect the victims of sexual assaults on campus. My daughter has received 0 supportive measures, as is required by Title IX guidelines, from the school or district after she was attacked. I am also asking that provisions be made so that students who are under investigation for Title IX sexual assault violations not be able to participate in extracurricular activities, as it further traumatizes the victims. Thank you.
Isabel De La Torre, Title IX.
On February 3rd, 2023, I was violently sexually assaulted at Quartz Hill High School during 5th period. 2 days later, I filed a formal Title IX complaint. 23 days later, the investigation by the school was completed. 14 days later, the investigation was sent to the district's decision maker. 32 days later, the decision maker determined my attacker responsible for assaulting me. For 63 days, I attended school knowing that my attacker was on campus. For 63 days, I watched him be praised at CIF championship soccer games, praised at school pep rallies, and praised by Assemblyman Lackey on school social media, on CIF state social media. He was even allowed to attend prom. All these things happened to me after he admitting to sexually assaulting me. Throughout this process, his rights were protected, not mine. I'm confident that I'm not the first student assaulted in this way at the school, and unfortunately, I won't be the last. The school district needs to do better to protect the victims.
Thank you.
Raquel Derfler, April 18th, OIG report.
Good evening.
Hey there. Okay, so I'm going to be reading today from a report that came out yesterday in regards to school resource deputies. So on June 28th, in 2022, in improving school climate and safety board of supervisors motion, the board directed the inspector general in consultation with the sheriff, county council, and other relevant departments to analyze school resource deputy contacts with students in the school districts contracting with the county for school resource deputy services to determine if racial disparities existed in student contacts, arrests, suspensions, and expulsions, similar to what was discussed in the Inspector General's report, allegations of disparities in contacts with high school youth by the Sheriff's Department's Lancaster Station. So these are some of the key findings, and I provided the report to someone here. So based on this review, the Office of Inspector General determined the following. In Lancaster schools, only Black students were contacted at a rate disproportionately higher in comparison to their percentage of school enrollment. However, the degree of disproportionality of Black student contacts was much higher in Lancaster schools than what was observed in schools outside of Lancaster. There were only 2 instances of documented 812 school contacts in which school resource officers indicated they referred a student to a diversion program. In Lancaster schools, only Black students were disproportionately arrested and cited. However, the level of disproportionality in arrest and citation of Black students in Lancaster schools was 3.5 times greater than the disparity observed in schools outside of Lancaster. In one school district serviced by Lancaster Station's school resource deputies, Black students were arrested more than 86% of the time that they were contacted by a school resource deputy. So they had some recommendations, and these are types of things that we have been asking for at Cancel the Contract in dealing with having police on school. So some of the recommendations from this report was to have a clear definition of the roles and responsibilities of the school resource deputy, the school district, and the school site, including a detailed plan outlining a process for student referrals to school resource deputies. requirements for qualifications and training of school resource deputies, assigned hours of school resource deputies in and around school locations, and a system of school resource deputy performance monitoring that is available to the public. So these are recommendations that we are asking for. And I would like to say that I find it very interesting that you all talk about how safety is the #1 thing for your students. And I am hearing that there are students that are being assaulted at school, and yet you have a resource officer there. So how is this happening? What is going on? Y'all need to look at that, and that you're more interested in protecting the interests of the district than these vulnerable students that come to you in hope to be safe at school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Perel, Knight High School.
Good evening.
Good evening, Cabinet, board members, Superintendent, Legal Counsel, Rachel, Mr. Delgado. Last month I came because of a former Knight High School student, but I'm coming for a current Knight High School student. He passed away recently, and it affected students. It's the same grade, sophomore, and my son as well. I did reach out to one teacher just to point out, but I wanted to thank Sarah Fowler, Mr. Martinson, and also my son's math teacher, Mr. Drake, who is over at Knight High School, and various other people for providing grieving counseling, not just for my son, but for all the other students as well. Like I said, I normally wouldn't be coming up here, but for the kudos of whenever there's something good that's going on that I can see, especially with this situation, I felt compelled that I had to come here. But I really wanted to just point that out. I wanted to thank Knight High School for doing this. And it's unfortunate it's another student. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pearl.
Vivian for Civility.
Good evening.
Good evening to my favorite people that you know, the new people that are here. But I want to say before my time start, Bob Davis is now back in the room here. So we should give him a clap, and I appreciate him being here, because right now my civility issue that I'm starting to say is, if he was still on this board with you three new people and with Dr. Ruffin, boy, what a change would come to Antelope Valley, California up in here. I'm telling you, we would need it. And I thank Miss Ramos and my girl, Mr. Roscoe, okay, my board, my superintendent, and especially you three here that are here, and my young man. I want to say something real quick, because I'm gonna be short, because I don't always know what I'm gonna say, but I'm gonna say it the way it is. I think that you need to get rid of the two white supremacists that sit up on this board. And I'm gonna say it that way because that's what it is. And I said, when I come to this district, because our kids were called niggers at Highland, and we got the principal sitting up on here on this thing that didn't help these kids back in 2020, and many kids went through a whole lot. There's still people working. The teachers are still working. Stockdale's still in the house. Hunt somewhere. Mr. so-called DJ Hunt and some of the coaches, you all need to see about what's going on with them, about the coaching that's going on with these here students that need to be coached, and finding out, just like some of these parents are saying, people aren't stupid. They are complaints that are going on. Just look on the closed session list on your paperwork. All those are kind of like suits that are coming, but sometimes you better not say nothing or whatever like that, because you get yourself caught up. But what I'm going to say to why I'm here today, because of the civility of these two so-called women, that I know that they can't stand me, but guess what? God loves me. I'm going to say it like this. Mark Ridley Thomas, a shame. Clarence Thomas, a shame of your happy ass. Your Trumplican, no good something that is out there with what has gone on in this country. Those two, it makes mad when I talk about your little leadership of what used to be your superintendent as well, the past one. So why I'm here to say this is because everybody in this here board, everybody has to be accountable. Teachers, students, everyone. But you play this role, some of the people that are on this board, President, They play this role that are in this here community, or this here, the cabinet, the this and that, acting like there's nothing going on in this district. I don't care how long it takes my black behind to come up in this district to tell people just what it is. It's a racism stuff that's going on in here. It has been, but I'm thankful that you got 3 new people that are sitting here trying to make differences, and they are, and you are. I praise you for that, to say, do what you got to do. But if Bob Davis was here and Miss, you know who, Miss Ruffin, Dr. Ruffin, that is, and not this Antelope Valley AV so-called press who just as racist, whatever, trying to make a name for themselves now. What I'm gonna say to you ladies that I'm sitting up here smiling back at you, because I know that you're smiling back at me. You wore those so-called target practice on Davis, on Ruffin, and Perel with your gunshot that Stockdale put up on there. You don't think I got the picture? Just go to the district, go to the courthouse where you try to sue me for $20,000. The brief is there. Your pictures are there. Standing there bold as day, looking the way you look now. And the same thing is the same thing. You lie and you acting like you got the civility. You act like you want to hold people accountable, even with their dressing apology. Do you see how some of you look on this board? You too. It's a shame. So you needed to worry about how you treat these kids and the parents.
3 minutes.
Get it right, because I'm tired of seeing the happy, you know what, sitting up in here. Thank you, Mr. Board.
Thank you.
Allende Love, Town Hall.
Welcome.
So first, hi, how y'all doing?
How you doing?
So I'm here because I want to piggyback off of some of the stuff that Raquel actually brought up a little bit ago. Earlier today, we reviewed this information from the Office of the Inspector General, and the findings that were in that report that you guys were provided with are very, very devastating. And the reason why this is just very important for this board to understand, and for the rest of the people here as well to understand, is because this directly impacts the safety of our children, particularly Black students, are leading in all the wrong areas of disenfranchisement. And as we know, it's not about whether or not an officer is good or not. We need systemic change that needs to take place within the school setting and system. You guys hold the power to be able to change the future of what this looks like for those kids. All the ones that you guys see on those reports that say the expulsion rates, the suspension rates, the arrest, and we know how that translates to the school to prison pipeline and ultimately dictates the future of how our community looks and the opportunities that are afforded to those Black kids. We're coming to you now to ask that you sit that on you guys, and you guys actually take that serious enough to make that change for those students. There's going to be a meeting that takes place May 13th at 10 a.m. at Legacy Comms, where the Civilian Oversight Commission is going to come up to the Antelope Valley, and they're going to be presenting, speaking. There was so much data that actually took place today that they couldn't even finish it in this one setting, in this one meeting, and the meeting was over 4 hours. So there's a lot to be said in terms of regards to how our children, especially our Black children, are treated inside of the Antelope Valley. This is not opinion-based anymore. This is hard statistical data and analysis that has been done on the highest levels, you guys. And so at this point, it becomes all of our responsibilities, especially the ones that hold the power to change it, to do exactly that. This is the reason why that we have elected you guys to do these things, and we have left it now in your hands, and we want to see exactly what you guys can do with that. So I want to make sure that we have those dates very, very clear. So we expect all of you guys to be there in order to hear the rest of these reports and to show the rest of the community that you are serious about changing these things. Now that date is May 13th. It's going to happen at 10 a.m. at Legacy Com. And I want to invite the rest of the community to be here as well with us as we go in there and fight for the rest of our children. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
That concludes all our speakers.
Thank you. Number 7, Education Service Action Item. Education Service Public Hearing on Admission Preferences and consideration, action on charter petition to establish Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology, Antelope Valley. The Antelope Valley Union High School District Governing Board has before it an action item on the request for approval of a charter petition for the proposed Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology, Antelope Valley, to be operated within the geographical boundaries of the Antelope Valley Union High School District. The board will also consider the admission presence set forth, preferences set forth in the charter as part of today's hearing pursuant to Education Code Section 47605B. On April 5th, 2023, the district published the district staff's recommendations, including the recommended findings regarding the Synergy petition. At tonight's meeting, the Synergy charter petitioners will have equivalent time to and procedures to present evidence and testimony to respond to the district staff's recommendations and findings. The action will proceed as follows. First, district staff will be given up to 10 minutes to make a presentation regarding their recommendations and recommended findings. Second, Synergy will be given up to 10 minutes to make a presentation regarding the Synergy charter petition, including responses to the district staff's recommendations and recommended findings. Third, the board will hear public comments. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each. Speakers shall direct their comments to the board and urge to avoid repeating points made by previous speakers. Fourth, board members may ask clarifying questions to staff and or Synergy. Therefore, I will entertain a motion on Synergy's request that the district board approve the charter petition for the proposed Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology, Antelope Valley. Staff presentation. At this time, I call upon the Superintendent Nehan to introduce staff and legal counsel.
Thank you. From AALRR, representing the district is Suki Alawalia.
Good evening, members of the board and cabinet. Suki Alawalia from Atkinson Andelson. As the board president mentioned to you tonight, you are going to be asked to take action on the Synergy charter petition that was received by the district on March 1st. The district staff and our office has spent a considerable amount of time reviewing the petition, analyzing many of the appendices that were attached to the petition, having a lot of conversations with the petitioners and some of the affiliated organizations. And based on that comprehensive review analysis, involving, like I said, all of the documentary evidence. We have a charter petition that was resubmitted essentially by the petitioners. And we believe that as a staff and legal counsel that it meets the requirements of the Charter Schools Act and that it presents a sound educational program. It's likely to be successfully implemented. It contains the right number of signatures. It has the appropriate affirmations, and it has a reasonably comprehensive description of all the required elements. So our recommendation is that the board approve the Synergy petition for a 3-year charter term beginning on July 1, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2026. And you have already received our staff recommendation, but I'm here to respond to any questions that the board may have.
Outstanding. Thank you very much. And we know you worked really hard, and thank you on that. Any discussions at this time? I'll start with Ms. Nguyen.
I'll say my comments for board when the board.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Point at the end.
Perfect. Okay. So now we'll have the petitioner's presentation.
Mr. President, if I could make one point of clarification. In the initial petition, there was submitted a letter from State Senator Scott Wilk from a previous petition. Mr. Wilk reached out and wanted to make sure we understood that that was from a previous petition, not from the current petition. And the letter has since been disattached from the petition, and there's other letters of support in its place.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Now we go to petitioner's presentation. Mr. Spiva, Dr. Spiva, excuse me.
Well, first of all, I want to express my great gratitude to Suki and the district administration for their wonderful collaboration. There's so much that you can get done when you work together on things. And I'm so grateful to you for all your help and your respect, which was very, very pleasant. And this was a much better experience than we had last time. So I really appreciate that. Again, I am grateful to the board for hearing us out this last time. During the hearing, I played the videos and we kind of went through all of that, and I didn't want to, repeat all of that. I don't think that that's really a useful, effective use of your time today. So what I felt like would probably be more advantageous at this point in time is to field questions. So let's go on and open up for questions.
Mr. Nian, are we okay with that?
So there is a point for public questions, for questions from the board to both this district staff and the petitioner, but it's after public comment.
We'll do
Okay.
that after public comment.
Yeah, that would be fine. That would be fine.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
So we will move into public comment at this time. We will now take public comment on this item. Comments are limited to 3 minutes each. If you wish to speak, please hand in a speaker's form. Speakers shall direct their comments to the board and are urged to avoid repeating points made by the previous speaker.
Dwayne Nguyen.
Mr. Nguyen, welcome. Take your time, sir. I understand. Absolutely. It was outstanding.
Well, thank you. My name is Dwayne Nguyen. Thank you to the board president, Mr. Hughes, the rest of the board, to Superintendent Nian, and to the cabinet, and to all the administrators, teachers within this district that raise the student level to the to where I believe Mr. Delgado can say they're doing fantastic here. Can we agree to that? We can agree that the students are doing fantastic job. I brought with me tonight my superintendent from Lancaster School District, Paul Mariotti, and a new board member, Pamela Starlson. I'm not going to have them speak, but I do want you to know that we are a major feeder district to the to Antelope Valley Union High School District. We have great students, just like you. We bring them up, you finish them off, and on they go to career technical and or college. And each one of them, as you can see from tonight, have done great jobs. They recognize the board member, Steve DiMarzio, and what he's done for the West Side School District. And I just want you to know, I'm here to say the charter school that you want to approve does nothing that our schools don't already do. And if I'm not mistaken, that's what a charter school is supposed to present, is what they're going to do to better these students. They have not given us anything. Our schools are all code to the future. We have third graders doing coding. We have capturing kids' heart. We have all the things at PBIS. And same with the other 9 districts in our valley. So I don't think, looking at Synergy Charter, which appears to be I
30
lead
seconds.
all over again, that has a Synergy has a US News and World Report ranking of 1,780. That's not top down, that's bottom up. So I'm just telling you that with an 11% math dashboard, 22% reading dashboard. Tell me your schools aren't doing that good.
Just some clarification. Your guys's board, did they not approve iLeads in your district?
One iLead was approved many years ago.
Okay, and from your district,
Yes.
from our feeder
We have
district?
we have two, our iLead is only K-8.
Okay, K-8, but it's within your district and.
Yes, it is.
And,
And it's within our district, as well as we have a charter school, another charter, Lifeline, I believe that is a charter school.
okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your
And we do
statement.
have one charter school in our district that is doing the same things that you're wanting to do with Synergy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Give them our
Appreciate your
students.
comments, sir. Thank you.
Eugene Hernandez.
I'm speaking against Synergy School. As a former teacher and in general principle, I'm against privatization of public education. Because when you're gonna take 800 students out of the school district, that means you're gonna lose teacher positions, counselor positions, nurses, librarians, and other personnel. And I read the article in the AV Press, and it fails to impress me. It seems like it's just going to be a private school for Black students. There's no talk about diversification of the student body or the teaching staff. There's no talk about the curriculum, where there's just going to be a Black ethnocentric teaching and not teaching about Latinos and also catering to the white students. It seems like a giant graph, that they came up with the idea previously of just going up to the elementary school. Now it's K through 6, K through 12. So it seems like they want the school district, our taxpayer money, to buy them the land, establish a school, pay for the teachers, and that's going to create a gigantic hole in this school budget. And as the previous speaker said, Mr. Williams, it's just there's nothing new or novel about it. They're just duplicating the same thing your schools are doing here. And there's no justification for taking this money out of our school budget as it is stretched and been hurt by the COVID crisis, and to use it for a private school, private academy just for Black students. And it's not fair at all. I don't see their plans from what I read in AV Press for, like I said, diversification. As it is, our schools don't teach about Chicano history, Chicano literature, Chicano arts. And this school will have its own little private world, how they want to present it to their students. There's no justification whatsoever that I read in the article to justify this privatization of a school. And it
30
just goes
seconds.
against all norms and logic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Darnitha Jacobs.
Hello. I'm
Good
just
evening.
so glad to see you. I haven't seen a board like this until, well, last month I was with you in your meeting. I was so impressed because when I was teaching here, everybody had white hair. And when I walked in the door and saw all the young people, and it's all right to have white hair, okay?
I got a couple.
But I'm impressed with the board. Thank God for you. I I came to you last month, remember? And because I wanted to remember the history of some of what we have done. We've done some good things. Would you agree? As the old saying goes, those who do not remember the past doomed to relive it. I don't know you. You don't really know me. I'm a person who taught at Palmdale High School for 10 years. And maybe some of your parents were my students. But anyway, what I want to say is, it seemed like in some days, it's like Groundhog Day for some people. The A and B students can do well. But for those of us under 50, I don't know if any of you are under 50, the phrase Groundhog Day refers to the situation in which the same usual negative, monotonous experiences occur. And for this board, I know you don't want that. I see you making progress. 50 years, we seem to be living in a loop, in a loop. So you asked Dr. Jacobs, what are you talking about? Get to the point, kid. Well, having taught at AV High School in Palmdale, I learned a little something from the students. I learned a lot from them. And some of the same challenges arrive today. Do you agree? Those of you who have teenagers or have kids, I'm sure you know, we have some of the same problems and some new ones. You can talk all day about how it is to support equity and innovative learning opportunities, but then you deny the request whenever exploring the benefits of priorities that we need to use today. Say it, I'll say it. I'm 89 years old. I was going to say, hell, I'm 89 years old. And I'm going to say it. Systematic and structural barriers being put into place. Oh, Dr. Jacobs, how dare you say that in public? Well, have to do it, kid. Have to do it. But I will explain. These barriers also refer to the especially to the ways in which societal structures are perpetuated. And it's called discrimination. And I know you don't want that. How does this apply to this decision? I saw a person speaking while Mrs. Wynn's husband went on and he talked about the robotics program beautifully. It was clear this program was good. And I know it sounds like I'm off the subject, but if I know brown and black kids well, they aren't really interested, that many of them, in robotics programs. They deserve to be important too. They deserve love too. They deserve the robotics program too. But there are some students that it doesn't appeal to. Education, can you hear me?
Ma'am.
Educational opportunities for Black and brown kids, poor white kids. Last class I saw here, it had 60% Hispanic students. That is plain and simple. As I ask you, can we somehow move beyond Groundhog Day? You know what I'm talking about now, right? Groundhog Day. But we keep trying, we'll keep trying, and you'll keep getting, words that are not true or maybe are true. But board members, this is your legacy. I am proud of you. I have faith in God that you will do the right thing. Amen? We're not in church, but amen?
Thank you, ma'am.
Frank Navarro,
Mr. Navarro? Welcome.
Good evening, President Hughes, trustees, and Superintendent Nian. My name is Frank Navarro. As a Senior Director of Advocacy with the California Charter School Association, it is my pleasure to address you today. CCSA is a membership and professional organization that serves over 1,250 public charter schools in California. Our mission is to support high-quality nonprofit charter schools that meet the needs of parents, educators, and communities throughout the state. I would like to take a moment to commend your staff for their assessment of the petition. We agree that the petition meets all legal requirements, and we are pleased that the district recognizes the importance of providing families and students with diverse options to meet their unique needs. As a father myself of 3 wonderful boys, I know firsthand the importance of having quality schools in my neighborhood or community to choose from. My children have attended different models of traditional and charter options. The California Charter School Association is here to support the success of Synergy Charter School, and we are committed to working closely with the district to ensure a successful partnership. We are confident that Synergy will become a model for other schools in the area, and we are eager to share their success. We look forward to working closely with the district to ensure that Synergy becomes a shining example of what can be achieved through collaboration and partnership. We believe that together we can make a real difference in the lives of the students and families who rely on our public schools. Thank you for the time and the attention today. We are here to support you, and we look forward to working closely with you in the months and years to come. And just to close, just want to say that charter schools are public, they are free, and they're open to all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alicia Skelton,
Hello. Excuse my gravelly voice, as the person said before, allergies. So, hello, my name is Alicia Skelton. I was born and raised here. My parents were raised here, and my children were born here and are being raised here. So that's 3 generations of people attending school in this area. So as I can say from experience, performing arts is lacking in this area, in these schools. Performing arts is lacking in these schools, and equity programs that would help the marginalized, poor white, and people of brown and Black color in this area was also lacking. I was sent to Fresno as a teen long ago with 200 other participants to participate in a summer youth program with Dr. Derek Spiva. We learned and produced 13 television series that aired on PBS. Why did I have to travel out of town to Fresno to do this, you ask? Because there was nothing like this in our area. And to my knowledge, it's still lacking. Things like acting, producing, singing, dancing, computer graphics are fields of study that would be beneficial and help the marginalized youth in this area. Over and over again, we heard about disparity in this meeting. I'm a parent of one student who graduated from Highland High. My youngest daughter, Layla, was in the Enchanted Bookshop, this summer program in the past with Dr. Spiva. And the best thing about this experience was my daughter experienced the fact that the program was designed to nurture kids of color and poor white children who see themselves as marginalized. We often have to find outside sources to meet these needs. Why? This should be a huge focus for our school board, to be that we are Hollywood's backyard. This will only become or bring commerce to this area as well as career paths. In conclusion, Synergy will not solve all the district's lack of equity in this program, equity with its programs. Still, it's a positive step towards Synergy successfully serving marginalized students and their families. I urge this board, excuse me, not just brush this petition aside, but to take it seriously and do the right thing. In the past, board members have been accused, not this board, board members have been accused of misallocating funds. So that further disparaged children of color, brown children, poor white children. So I ask that you please approve this school for Black and brown and poor white and underprivileged children in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Ayanse Love Jordan. Thank you. Corey Saxton.
Good evening, board. My name is Corey Saxton, and I'm a pastor of Foundation Christian Ministries located on the east side of Palmdale. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology. And I want you to know I'm 100% for it. I've been a resident here in the Antelope Valley for a little over 16 years. And when my two younger children had an opportunity to enter school, we were offered a tour by a Maker Learner Network school founded by Miss Don Evenson and Amber Golden, who are both here. And the school wasn't much to look at because it hadn't opened up yet. I didn't know anything about charters. And when I took a look at the dusty floors and an incomplete building, I said, heck no, there's no way my kids are going here. But then I had an opportunity to meet one of the founders, Ms. Don Evenson, and we got a chance to understand what a charter school was and what it meant for the community. We bought into the leadership immediately. We sent our school and we said, let's try it out for a year or two. Well, my son CJ, who's now 15, went there from TK all the way through 8th grade, and he cried when he had to go to high school. Right? And my daughter Nyla, who's still there, has gone from TK to 7th grade. So I've recently had a chance to meet Dr. Derek Spiva, who's nothing short of phenomenal, in my opinion. So between him and the Maker Learner Network team that will be running the school, I'm completely confident with the level of leadership that they have and expertise, and I know the school will succeed. The students in the Antelope Valley absolutely need something like this because, like the young lady who just spoke, I had an older daughter from a previous relationship who kicked and screamed and cried when it was time for her to go to high school. She said, Dad, don't send me to a school here because none of them have a full performing arts academy. And I said, well, that's not true. So I went to a few of the schools, and then I went to the school that she wanted to go to down in the valley, Birmingham High School, and none of them had anywhere close to what they had down there. I sent my daughter down to the valley to give her an opportunity to pursue her dream because I'm all about chasing your dreams and goals. She went there, got a 4.3 grade point average because she was enrolled in a curriculum that agreed with who she was. She went on to get a full ride scholarship to New York University, and she's now working in the film industry, making her own way and out of dad's pockets. So I'm extremely excited about that. But we need success stories like that are birthed here in the AV, not stories of how we have to send our students outside of the AV because there's nothing here that suits who they are. And we still don't have schools, and we're more than a decade like that, and we're more than a decade removed from when she graduated.
30 seconds.
Last thing I'll bring up is many of the schools that presented here tonight were not traditional schools. All of them, and the board seemed to have loved them, and all of them had alternative learning methods, just like Synergy School will have. But the only problem is none of them were performing arts schools. So I believe that there's room in the district for kids that like to express themselves through the arts to attend this school because there's nothing else like it. So between the leadership, the opportunity to have something that isn't here, I believe it's time to have a school like Synergy in the district.
Thank you very much for your comments, sir.
Latora Saxton.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'm just seeing if y'all up still.
It might get there.
I just want to say, I am in full support of Synergy School of Arts and Technology. You guys heard me speak before about the importance of having accessibility as somebody who used to be paralyzed and someone who did not have access to a lot of spaces because of my ability. And so to know that now everything that I look at through a lens of, does everyone have access here? And I just want to reiterate the importance of accessibility. And that was my husband that just spoke. And we happen to be very passionate about the kids here. I grew up here. I will be 42 next week. I know I look good.
Happy birthday.
Anyways, I will be 42 next week. And I've been in this valley and I understand this valley and I'm a Black woman. But when you hear me speak, most people don't know that I'm Black. I don't sound like the typical, quote unquote stereotype of a person that looks like me. But what I'm saying is that when people see me versus when they hear me, I don't always have access. And that's what we're talking about. It's not about, I heard a gentleman say this is going to be a Ponzi scheme or this is only about Black kids. And what I'm saying is over and over again is about inclusion. It's about feeling included. It's about understanding that people that look like me also have access to include folks that are of Caucasian descent, of every single ethnicity, Black, brown, purple. Every single person has access to an education like this. And so my husband said it best. We had kids here. I coached track. I came here from track practice. And I see the babies that have so much talent. They have so much creativity. They have so much on the inside of them. And there's nothing like this that I've seen in this valley. And so I'm even at a loss for words because I'm like, who would want to be against something good like this? I just feel like when you have good news, when you have good things, you share it. You share it. And when people come up with a good opportunity for a solution, like we have a church and our thing is, when you see a problem, be the solution. This is a solution. To me, it's a no-brainer. This is an answer to so many parents' prayers. And this last thing I said, 10 seconds. This is history. This woman's 89 years old. 89 years old. And I know that she was one of the first and only people that looked like her at her school, representing as an educator. 89 years ain't that long ago. And 42 years ain't that long ago. So now to be in this moment, to have an opportunity, please don't mess this up. Because to be in the life of the living and see 89 years and wait and go through adversity and doors shut in your face and people spit on you and crosses burned in front of your, I know this woman's history. So for her to go fight this hard to get this far, and for me to be 42 and to have the privilege to stand here and to be so much more free than she was, but to have the opportunity for you all to say yes. And I'm wondering when my baby turns 42 and she's standing here and she'll be able to say, oh my God, I felt included. I know I was seen. So this is history and it matters to me. I just pray that y'all take it seriously. You don't take it lightly in your choice and your decision, because we need this.
Thank you.
Dawn Evanson.
Welcome.
Not sure why I'm after Latora, but here I am. Good evening. My name is Dawn Evanson. I'm a longtime educator and a community member for almost 40 years. I'm not new to this charter school stuff. If this is approved, it'll be the 10th school that I'm a founder of. I represent now Maker Learning Network, and if chosen, we'll provide the services and the capacity to help Dr. Spiva make this a reality. Starting a charter, operating, implementing the mission and vision is not an easy task. Charters are often fragile and misunderstood, even by some of the speakers tonight. It takes a unique, strong skill set and expertise to be successful. It takes a village. It takes a strong, supportive authorizer. It takes a community that pulls together to support choice for our families and an innovative choice for students. It takes a founder with grit and determination. Dr. Derek Spiva is that person. He has the passion and the heart for the community. He has the vision and he sees where the need is and he won't stop. One reason, this in all due respect to Mr. Nguyen, one of the reasons that charters exist is to be the test kitchen of innovation in education. We have the freedom to try new and different things, and we will. Currently, there is not a full arts-infused school in this valley, and as you've heard, it's much needed. We want to fit that bill, and we want to do it in an innovative way. I want to thank the board and the staff for allowing us to present and recognizing that we have the capacity to implement these ideas. We will meet and exceed all of the conditions that you've set for us. There's no mountain high enough to make us stop. We will do it, and you will be proud of the things that are created. A yes vote is a vote for our community, for kids, and for innovation in education. And remember, this is about choice, not competition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vivian?
Vivian? Welcome again.
Welcome again, my president, again for this board. As usual, like I said, I probably wouldn't have had that suit against me had I had things written the right way when I was getting $20,000 taken away from me, from no good teachers that were in the district. So it is funny to hear Wynn talk, because I believe when Dr. Ruffin was on the board a year ago, he followed and he went somewhere supposedly to, I guess, as they mentioned, she said it on the board and records, that where she was located, his car was nearby where she was, she don't like to come to the board. See, it's these bullies and these bullies and threats and discrimination that's going on this board that we know that we've had, and we still have people on this board. And apparently, husbands, wives, and different things are people supporters of the things that are wrong with this district, with trying to have a program that will help all kids. If I recollect last month, because I've been a little sick, I thought Dr. Spivey did put a big old performance up here, or a screen show that showed how we were lacking in this district so many different things. So if I'm wrong, just correct me, but I believe that as Ms. Trustee person, Ms. Cardona, how they were saying we need performing arts. We need these different things with school, career, trade schools, different things. He showed a lot of things. What kills me about how this district act, or how certain people act about it, they don't want change. They don't want to have the kids have the different opportunities to learn differently the way he showed. I think last year when it was I Lead, they showed it was a group of Spanish, white, all kind of kids coming up here. If I'm right, Dr. Spivey, because I first said last month, I didn't want synergy because I'm thinking, who are they? It's something new. You guys don't want to do anything. But they took that I Lead program and they canceled it last year. But now it is the same program that was good. Little kids were crying here. And some of the same board members were sitting here so happy that it didn't go through. That what's the problem? This district does got money. Let's not act like there's not no money and things that haven't been put away. There's people getting employment, getting money and salaries on here that shouldn't be. That shouldn't even be on this here panel. Let's keep it real. Synergy, as I see it, as like the young lady said, 89-year-old woman who's been here to testify, that we know that this district has not been right. But we also know, let's keep it really 100. We know that there's been a mass exodus out of this town since the market happened. And guess what race it was? That got to sell homes, got to get the hell up out of here and go because they don't want to see Spanish. They don't want to see Black. They don't want to see no other races up here. And we still got some of these same little ones that are still hanging around here trying to protest that this
30
district in this
seconds.
town is doing the right thing. It would be right when you three, and our student person see the reality that we need change in this district. And if it's not going to take away, as I asked Dr. Spivey, are you taking money away from the district to do this, to buy land, to do this? I asked all these questions a moment ago, and he said, no, there's state fundings. If that's so, get some of these, get that program started, make it happen, because no one's asking about these kids in independent studies right now where they're using them to play sports, but they're not even documenting them in where they are in their education. Trust me, I know that that's a true fact because I've met parents that have said this district has kids in those independent classes that are not being reported. And these two women know, these ladies, whatever they are, these two know that they're using these kids for what they need, but they're not giving them the education because they're not even reporting it to the Department of Education the way they should. So you three can make the difference. And I'm counting on you, President, and my new young man here, Sanchez, and Mrs. Cordona, and who are here to do the right doggone thing, because do the right thing, and that's what it is. Get
Thank you,
this school
Vivian.
here.
Thank you.
That concludes our speakers for the Synergy Charter.
We're going to move to clarifying questions from the board. Who wants to start? Ms. McGrady, I'll turn it over to you. Lead the way.
I'm going to try to make this very brief. But as you all know, I came with a lot of concerns this
Yes,
evening.
ma'am.
And we had a very robust conversation, and I would like to thank Ms. Suki, if I may call you that, from AALRR, who, in my opinion, is not only lovely, intelligent, but gracious. And she's also a bit of a mediator. So my questions were taken care of. I think the major thing, as what she said, is that you have met the criteria, which is required by law. And once you have, if I'm correct, once you've achieved that threshold, then we pretty much have to do it. So I wish you the best. I hope it's successful. I want it to be, good. And I shouldn't respond to that, but I was not happy when it didn't pass last time. I was not. I met with you numerous times and I wanted it to work, but that's another whole story. But this one we're being told is meets the threshold that it will be successful. And
well, my comment to you is, being the drama expert that you are, we will look forward to you coming to evaluate the quality of the program, should we get approved. And I think you will be surprised.
Thank you. I will be thrilled to come.
Happy.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez.
The only thing I gotta say is that I think this program, the Synergy, has a plan, and I believe that it's not gonna be just on one base skin color. It's gonna be multiracial. It's gonna be kids that are gonna have one set goal. And I'm gonna bring it again. Hidden talents are gonna be exposed. Why? Because these kids are gonna be hanging around with other kids with the same goals, same talents. They're gonna relate to one another. So I think it's gonna be a different style home for some of these kids versus a public school that are different. You know, it's just gonna be one is gonna be into arts, one is not. I mean, it is what it is. I believe that your program is gonna bring in and unite those type of kids into one. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, yeah, that's all I had to say.
Yeah, and just to add to what you're saying here, with the CTE part of what we're proposing includes skills for trades, because we have some partners that do construction, and one of the unique features, I think, is being able to see how different skills integrate together. So in terms of building sets for theater, well, why not learn the techniques for building sets and construction and doing math? So we're talking about a full integration so that, just like the gentleman said earlier about math projects and being able to base math education on projects, because you can't design a set properly. You can't design a house properly unless you've got the math down. So I think being able to integrate all that together makes it fun. It makes it learning. And in our experience, that carries over and translates to test scores. And that's the element, that's the objective that the state mandates. And I think that's how we're able to meet that mandate.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good.
I just have a question regarding space and facility. What are your, I believe Ms. Suki, you mentioned by September 30th they had, can you clarify at what point does the petitioner have to come with, if it's approved, with a facility?
Sure,
space?
absolutely. In the first year of the charter term, they have to commence instruction by September 30th in order to be eligible for full apportionment. So it's September 30th, and one of the conditions in the resolution that the staff is asking you to adopt is that they will have by July 1st or another date that's approved by the superintendent or designee, a certificate of occupancy, a lease agreement, et cetera, et cetera. And I will say that, you've heard some conversations about the district space or this or that. So charters are entitled to district space if they submit a Prop 39 request. They have not submitted a Prop 39 request, and so they'll be looking at a private facility for the time being. And charters are allowed to operate in private facilities.
And just for the record, if they, for some reason, they don't have the occupancy, it will roll over to the next year. So
Yes.
it's not like if they don't find a place, if something happens, they're dead in the water. They have the approval. It'll just roll into the next school
Exactly.
year, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. So,
And
anything else? Cool.
yeah, just can we comment, or is this only
You
question?
can say anything more.
Okay, so I just
Wanna
want
go
to comment that I truly believe, Ms. Latora, you were mentioning access and opportunity, and it's a choice, not a competition. All of these things are very clear, and I do, as the number one probably arts advocate, maybe close to Ms. McGrady here, arts advocacy. So I firmly believe in the power of arts education, and the fact that our valley has the opportunity to have a arts and design technology or technology focused educational place is very exciting to me. So I have no other questions. I read your petition. I was clear. I just wanted to make that comment.
May I comment on the location piece and give you a little bit of an update on that? So we're seriously looking at 2 locations at this time. The first one is in Palmdale, and it's on Avenue R and 27 near Palmdale High School. Which I thought would be great because then we could collaborate with Palmdale High School on a lot of things that they're doing. And it's actually Pastor Corey and Latora's church, and they own the property there, and there's lots of room on the property. So I actually did a presentation to their board on Monday night, and then I got a call this morning from Pastor Corey saying that their board has decided to continue talks. We did an LOI, which is the first step, and then the next step is to negotiate a lease. So we are at the point right now where we're negotiating a lease for their facility to do shared use. The second possibility is that we were invited to come and take a look and tour the vineyard in Lancaster, which is over on Avenue I think I and 10th Street East. And it's a beautiful facility. It is turnkey. They had a private school there that's closed down. So we had a wonderful talk with them. I think we're already in the ballpark in terms of lease amounts and all that kind of stuff. So we just need to work out the details on that. It is e-occupancy, it's got sprinklers, it's got all of the elements that are required. So I think right now, it's probably just gonna be a couple of weeks and a couple of meetings, and we should have a lease for both of those spaces. Did you want to add anything?
Just
Go ahead.
one little thing to the board and to Suki, the lease options for those two places fit into our budget.
Yes. Very nicely.
Ms. Nguyen. Your
Thank you-
turn.
Thank you. I don't really have questions. I actually just have my comments and my concerns. I want to thank legal counsel for addressing some of the concerns I had earlier in closed session. Thank you very much for helping us through this process. I just recently, just in the last, when we were in closed session, got to see the final petition. And so I didn't really get a chance to go over it and read it. So I find it very difficult to vote on the request without actually getting a chance to go over the final completed petition. At our last board meeting, it was indicated that this charter would help address the needs of disadvantaged students. I feel that the high school district does just that. We spend $18 million a year on helping students with social and emotional problems and disadvantages. Ms. Williams and her team are exemplary professionals, and they help students to such a high degree that I just don't believe a charter could replicate. My next concern is the petition includes a TK through elementary. I've been volunteering in our elementary schools for 35 years. I volunteered in almost every single district in this valley except for 2. And I feel that I have gotten a chance maybe that other people don't always get to take a look at what our elementary schools offer in the way of educational opportunities as well as social emotional, addressing social emotional concerns. And I feel they do an amazing job. I feel like the fact that this petition is not just high school district, which is what we've always been presented with in the past, but now this includes elementary school. I feel like it's just a little underhanded and a slap in the face to our elementary school districts. There would be no reason, from what I've seen in all my years of working with school districts, volunteering with school districts, that this charter would do a better job in addressing the elementary school educational needs as well as their social emotional needs of students. As far as offering visual and performing arts opportunities for students, we have at our Eastside High School, Lancaster, Quartz Hill, Palmdale, and Highland High School opportunities for students. We're an open enrollment district. So if a student has an indication that they would like to further advance their education in a number of different career technical education, they can do that. As I said, we're an open enrollment. And I feel that is a positive for students. As mentioned at the last meeting, the offering of project-based learning, the elementary school districts and the high school districts have been doing that for years. Independent study. We offer independent study at our schools that are conveniently located around the valley, and we have professionals who staff and work with our students in an independent study program. I also have share Mr. Cronister's concern every single.
Miss Wynn, can I interrupt you one second?
Sure.
Mr. Delgado, do you have anything? I know you have to go, but would you like to say anything before you leave? Do you have any comment? I just want to make sure you get the opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miss Wynn. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, that's okay. I share Mr. Cronister's concern about union representation. Every single charter that's been presented to the high school district, I always ask if that will be available to employees, because I feel that it's very important for people to have representation, especially a union representation. I have just one last comment that I want to make. I feel like I was elected because voters felt that I would do everything in my power to make sure that the students in our valley are offered a good education that will prepare them for their future. I've not received a single cell call, letter, email that supports this charter. My bottom line is, I do not feel that the charter petition can improve or even duplicate what I feel our staff and teachers do for students as far as providing educational as well as social emotional support. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'd like to just jump in and talk about that. Maybe Miss Wynn hasn't got any phone calls or support, or somebody's called her or texted her or emailed her that they support this. But I do have two mayors of the city. I have Mayor Bentecourt in Palmdale, along with the city council. I have Mayor Rex Paris, along with his full city council, and they have both, my understanding, written letters of support. And if you follow our elected leaders and what they're doing in both respective cities, you have Palmdale bringing in the green room, and they're trying to bring in actors and giving people opportunities to film commercials and bring, mortgage paying jobs to this valley. Mr. Paris and his crew on that other side is doing the same. Suki, I just want to talk about the law. The law on charter schools, based on our district's representation that they want us to approve this. Is there 8 reasons we can disapprove legally
Yes.
charter?
Yes.
And none of those exist.
None of
So
those exist.
lawfully, we are kind of compelled to approve this. I mean, I think the majority of the vote is going to approve this, but I just want to remind my other board of directors, this is the law. This is the charter school. This is parental rights, parental choice. If the parents of our district wants to send their kid to what they believe is a better alternative, then they have that right. That's why the law came in. Am I right?
Exactly.
That-
And to Ms. McGrady's point earlier, we've looked at this, there's 8 grounds for denial. And as I indicated earlier, this meets the full criteria, and that's why the staff recommended approval.
Yeah, and you guys worked really hard to ensure that.
Yes.
So I'd be remiss here if I didn't remind my board of directors, you have a duty. We took an oath to support the laws, support the Constitution. I think we all did that. I've done it numerous times. The Navy, being a law enforcement officer, and then I think right here, or a couple times, we took that oath to follow the law. And the law says we should not try to disapprove this. They legally make they have the ability to do this, and legally this is what we should do. And then if you really want to get in, it's a parent's choice to choose. And I think we're forgetting this is about the kids. That's it. It's about the kids. The kid wants that opportunity to go to an art school from pre-K to 12. They should be able to do that. And if you look at our cities and what they're investing, this is a no-brainer for me. It's the law. And that's all I really have to say. If there's any more decisions or questions, anything else?
I'd suggest calling for a motion.
I will be glad. Let me read it, make sure I don't screw up here. Since I am the president. So I hereby move to approve the Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology Antelope Valley Charter Petition and adopt resolution number 2022-23-028 for a 3-year term, beginning on July 1, 2023, and ending on June 30th, 2026. I will make that motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, motion second. Is there any discussion on that motion? Ms. McGray? Ms. Sanchez?
No.
Ms. Gray? Ms. Wynn?
No, thank you.
Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
1 nay. Motion passes 4-1. Congratulations and good luck.
Mr. President, I would suggest a 5-minute recess.
Okay. We will take a 5-minute recess. I said 40%. And have seats, please. We're gonna keep moving this forward. Mr. Nehan, can I get permission to let the administrators go home? I don't believe that we're gonna be tackling.
I'll give them permission to go home.
Can I ask you to give permission or
Do they want to go home?
well, no, they
Yeah.
want to stay here.
Let's excuse the administration.
Thank you. I didn't want to overstep my boundary, sir. I meant to say, Mr. Nehan, is it possible to excuse? Yes,
Security, we do need security on,
Okay.
thank you.
it's fine.
Sorry.
Nope, nope, nope. I understand. There's nothing. There's nothing.
Have a good night.
Nope, no, no, Miss McGrady, we're fine. We're gonna push through this and I understand.
Okay.
Don't worry. Yep. It's just basically some appointments and we're gonna get through this. Yep. We're gonna power through this. / discussion. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees review the attached curriculum guide for a review, first read discussion. E, the Education Services review Desert Sands Charters High School recertification under the Dashboard Alternative School Status DASS program. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees review the Desert Sands Charter High School recertification under the Dashboard Alternate School Status DASS program. Student Services Action Items, Student Services SEIS Building Services Agreement STS-23-108, San Joaquin County Office of Education. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve service agreement STS-23-108 with San Joaquin County Office of Education. I will make a motion. Can I have a second?
Second. Oh,
Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
aye.
Opposed
Aye.
say nay. Seeing none, so moved. 9, Personnel Services Action Item, Open Conduct and Closed Public Hearing. The public hearing for the California School Employees Association initial proposal for the negotiations to collective bargaining unit agreement with the Antelope Valley Union High School District for the 2023-2024 school year. The board will open the public hearing at 10:30. 10:32. Comments from staff, board, Ms. Ramos.
This evening, you have before you the Sunshine Agreement with CSEA. We're looking forward to opening this year's negotiations this season with CSEA. And while the full contract is open, the articles before you are the interest of CSEA at this time.
Okay, are there any comments from the board? Seeing none. Are there any comments from the public?
No comments from the public.
All right, close the public hearing at
10:33.
acknowledge receipt of the California School Employees Association initial proposal for negotiations to the collective bargaining unit agreement with the Antelope Valley Union High School District for the 2023-2024 school year. It is recommended the Board of Trustees acknowledge receipt of the California School Employees Association initial proposal for negotiation to the collective bargaining unit agreement with the Antelope Valley Union High School District for the 2023-2024 school year. May I have a motion? I'll make a motion. Can I have a second? Discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. C, open conduct and close public hearing. Public hearing for the Antelope Valley Union High School District initial proposal for the negotiation of the California School Employees Association collective bargaining unit agreement for the 2023-2024 school year. Open the public hearing at 10:33. Comments from the board or staff, Ms. Ramos?
Similar to CSEA, this is the district's initial proposals.
Right. Comments from the public? Seeing none. Close public hearing at 10:34. Acknowledge receipt of the Antelope Valley Union High School and District initial proposal for negotiation to the California School Employees Association collective bargaining unit agreement for the 2023-2024 school year. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees acknowledge receipt of the Antelope Valley Union High School District initial proposal for negotiation to the collective bargaining unit agreement with the California School Employees Association for the 2023-2024 school year. May I have a motion? I'll make the motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Open, conduct, and close public hearing, AB 1200 Coast Disclosure on Bargaining Units Certified Management, but the board will open the public hearing at 10:34. Comments from staff board, Ms. Ramos?
The agreement reflects a salary increase and recalibration of the certificated management salary schedule to remain competitive in leadership salaries in the current job market.
Right, are there any comments from the board? Seeing none. Comments from the public? Seeing none. Close the public hearing at 10:35. Adoption of agreement of certified management. It is recommended the Board of Trustees approve the proposed terms of the collective bargaining agreement reached between the district and the certified management as presented. I will make the motion. Can I have a second? Discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Approve amendment of the employment agreement for the superintendent.
I move.
Okay, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the contract amendment for the Superintendent Greg Nehan. Pursuant to Government Code Section 5493, Subdivision C3, the board provides an oral summary of the salary and or fringe benefits increase recommended for the superintendent. The term of the amended employment contract between the district and the superintendent, July 1, 2023 to July 1, 2027. The new salary to be paid to the superintendent is $324,017. And any other elements of compensation listed in the contract, such as the TSA contribution, health and welfare benefits, car mileage, sign, cell phone allowance, and other district paid benefits. The new amendment would be up to 15 additional days paid at per diem rate. May I have a motion? Ms. Nguyen, would you like to make that motion?
I move.
Okay, second.
Second.
All right, discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. I'd have gave you more. Memorandum of Understanding PS number 2022-23-09, Operation Socrates. It is recommended the Board of Trustees approve the Memorandum of Understanding PS number 2022-23-09 with the Operation Socrates as presented. May I have a motion? Second.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Declaration of the need for fulfill qualified educators 2023-2024. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the attached declaration and need for fully qualified educators presented. May I have a motion? Second.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. 10, business service action item, approved resolution 2022-23-27, delegation of individuals for self-insured risk management authority. 1, SIRMA1, workers' compensation insurance coverage. It is recommended by the Board of Trustees approve resolution number 2022-23-27 to designate Rebecca Fox, risk manager coordinator, and Brian Hawkins, assistant superintendent business, as authorized district representative to complete and certify required forms under the Risk Insured Risk Management Authority. Motion.
I move.
Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. B, award contract to lowest responsible bidder, bid 06-22-23 East Valley Carpet and LVT replacement. Is recommended that the board award the contract of gravel floor covering as lowest responsibility and authorize Brian Hawkins to execute the contract on behalf of the district. Motion. Second. Discussion.
So Mr. Nehan,
I don't know if you had the opportunity to ask, but I did have the question about B and C. So there was it's the same contract number, but the expiration dates are different. So can you get a clarification on that?
That was just a clerical error and it will be fixed.
So is
And-
the correct one 25 or 2024, the expiration date on the license?
It's 25.
Okay, thank you.
Right, any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Award contract to lowest responsible bidder 0722-23 West Valley Carpet and LVT replacement. It is recommended that the board award the contract to Reliable Floor Covering at the lowest responsible bidder and authorize Brian Hawkins to execute the contract on behalf of the district. Motion. Second. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Award contract to lowest bidder. This is the bid 0822-23 District Office Parking Lot Routine Maintenance. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees award a contract to Century Paving, Inc. and the lowest responsible bidder and authorize Brian Hawkins to execute the contract on behalf of the district. Motion. Second. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Award contract to the lowest responsible bidder 0922-23 HHS, EHS, and AVHS Shade Structural Worksite. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the attached agreement with Zentroman Inc., DBA ANM Construction and Engineering, and authorize Brian Hawkins as the authorized agent to execute the contract on behalf of the district. Motion. Second. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Award contract to the lowest responsible bidder 10-22-23 AVHS and PHS Ag Farm Fence Project. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the attached agreement with Red Hawk Services, Inc. and authorize Brian Hawkins as an authorized agent to execute the contract on behalf of the district. I'll make the motion. Discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Okay. I make a motion to appoint Newton Shillette. This is Administrative Service Action 11, appoint of chairperson to the Parent Advisory Committee. I make a motion to appoint Newton Shillette as the chairman of the district's Parental Advisory Committee. Second discussion, I have a little bit. Newton Shillette, I'm sorry, guys, I got to read this. This is important. Newton Shillette has been a resident of Lancaster since 1989. He's raised all three of his children here in the Antelope Valley, and all three have graduated from the Antelope Valley Union High School District. He holds a BA degree in business education and a master's degree in physical education. He was employed at the Antelope Valley College for 27 years. He was a faculty member, coach, athletic director, dean, and vice president. 2016, ABC named the court floor of the Antelope Valley College Physical Education Building and Gymnasium the Newt Shillette Court. He currently serves on the board of directors of the Antelope Valley Sheriff Boosters AVAQMD Board of Directors, as well as the Antelope Valley Fair Board. Newton has served on the board of directors for the Boys and Girls Club of the Antelope Valley and the City of Lancaster's Criminal Justice Commission. I could get into all the great achievements in the areas of sports. However, we would be here all night when I wrote that. So fitting now. I encourage the board to approve this appointment. AVUHSD will benefit greatly for having Newton on our team. Any other discussion? Nope. Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Seeing none.
Mr. Hughes,
Yes.
did we do F, number 10F, the ag fence?
Yes, we
We
did.
did?
Yes.
I'm
I was
sorry.
moving really fast.
That went right past
That-
me. I'm sorry.
I believe you said aye on that, ma'am.
I would have.
Let
No.
the record reflect.
You are aware.
Yeah.
We can go back and it is an aye for
Oh,
Miss Wynn for
no,
the record.
That's okay.
See, adopt resolution number 2022-23-30 classified school employee week, May 21st through 27th, 2023. It is recommended the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 2022-23-30 classified school employee week, May 21st to the 27th, 2023. Motion. Second. Any discussion? Well deserved. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Adopt resolution 2022-23-31 National School Nurse Day, May 10th, 2023. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees. Which one is? Yeah, it was that. What did I do?
Skip C.
We believe you voted on item C, but skipped item B. which was the teacher.
I did skip B because the paper was covering it. I'll go back to B. Wait, can we vote on,
Yeah, you can continue and then come back to it.
no discussion on, we were at C, right?
Correct.
No, we were,
D.
no,
You want
D.
You're on
Okay,
D.
any discussion? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, no discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say
Aye.
nay. Seeing none, so move. I'm gonna go back to B because the paper was covering it. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 2022-23-29, Teacher Appreciation Week, May 1st through the 5th, 2023. Motion. Second. Discussion. Well deserved. Having a motion, a second, we'll vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Now we're gonna move on to E. Or no, D, or 12.
Item 12.
Approved consent agenda. Approve items listed in the following consent agenda categories: education service, student services, personnel services, business services, and administrative services. Actions proposed for the consent agenda are items consistent with the adopted policies and approved practices of the district and are deemed routine in nature. The board will be asked to approve all the items in the consent agenda by a single vote unless any member of the board asks that an item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and discussed separately. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the items listed in the following consent agenda categories: education services, student services, personnel services, business services, and administrative services as presented. Is there any board that would like to withdraw anything for discussion?
Of course, I was, 16A,
16A for,
donations.
okay, and you just
For
want the discussion.
It's just
Right.
such a long list. I can't let it go without saying thank you to all the people who have
Absolutely.
helped.
Anything
district.
else?
16O.
16O, is that for just discussion? Discussion. Okay. Anything else? I'll give you,
30 seconds.
no, what do we have?
30 seconds.
I'll give you 45 minutes. All right, we're going to 10:30.
And M.
And M,
M is in Mary.
and for discussion? Okay. I will go for discussion. Let's go to 16A, Miss Nguyen. If you want to discuss it, and then if you guys want, then we can vote on all of it at once, if that's appropriate. 16A, Miss Nguyen, you have the floor.
I kind of said it. It's such a long list of donations and I want to make sure that, and I know that we send out a thank you as well as a certificate, but still want to make note of the fact that it's a huge list.
Yes,
Thank
it's
you to
outstanding.
all of those people who help our students.
Okay, and then 16O, this one.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, that was you? Is that the
Yeah.
only one you wanted?
Oh.
Miss Nguyen?
Oh,
That was
yes,
it? Okay,
yes.
and then O,
First.
M is up.
M is up. Okay. So I have a couple of, I brought this up to Mr. Nehan, but I just want an answer for M. There's a couple, there's multiple entries of the same PO for, Hale Medical Supply for nitrile gloves for cafe and then Domino's Pizza, but it's the same PO and it's duplicated 6 or 7 times. So I just want to make sure that's not an error. And then, or I guess my question is, why is it so many times with the same PO?
Because we made separate purchases off of the one PO, I believe.
But it's all the same amount exactly.
Probably like a large pizza and a Coke. I don't know.
Well, no, there is
No, it's
that.
like $1,000 worth.
Pizzas?
Yes.
Yeah, which one is it?
These need to
23
be
what?
paginated. That would help.
No, 23 what?
On M, it's the 1
Oh.
to 3rd page within M.
Oh, those are all different school sites. The cafeteria, the Domino's Pizza, we provide that on Fridays for
Right.
student food.
Okay.
So those are each different school sites, and then that's the same way with the gloves, because those go to science classes at different school sites.
Okay, so the PO can be the same. It's just.
Yes.
I just wanted to
It's the
make sure it
location.
wasn't like a duplication.
Yeah, it's the
Okay,
location is different.
thank you. And
Watching our
then
budget.
Huh?
Watching our budget. I
watching the
like it.
budget. And then, I don't know which page, but here, it's the Southern California.
Yes, both of
electrical and
those
Gas. What
we-
is that? That's
We had to
astonishing.
increase the purchase orders because of the increased cost of electricity and gas for this year.
But what's the period that this is covered? I mean, that's.
From now till the end of June.
April, so 3 months?
Yes,
Of,
because of the increased costs, we've used the PO that we originally did last July. And
okay.
increased costs we've seen across the district, and this is district-wide. This is not any one location. This is all 18 of them.
Oh, okay.
Be-
Well, because in the past, we've had the line items and it has site specific, because I remember there was one you were going to question because it was
Right.
$100 and something thousand dollars. And so I just wanted to know the consistency of
We
that.
did these two as to finish off the year, so we
Oh,
didn't
okay.
go by site. This is what we anticipate the cost will be between now and the end of June.
Okay, and then I do want for the record to know or really be more conscious of what are we doing for energy conservation?
We have LED lights almost everywhere. All of our HVACs are being replaced, so going from a probably near 6 to 8 SEER up to the 12 SEER, which is the building code.
Mhm.
And so, and we are putting in what's called Pelican. It's the brand name of thermostats that we can control at a
Okay.
central point. So one of the issues we've always had, every school district has had it, is their portable classrooms. The teachers will turn the air conditioning on, put it to 65 and leave.
And forget it, yeah.
And it's that way all summer. So
Okay.
with these thermostats, we're able to turn them off at 4 p.m. and turn it back on at 6 a.m.
Oh,
to
okay.
keep the room cool for the teachers.
Okay,
But we are looking at energy conservation, things like that.
awesome. Thank you.
Plus the solar panels. We don't get a lot of money from the solar
No.
panels, but in another few years, we can purchase
Are you
those
doing that?
panels.
Yes,
And then we would get all the savings.
correct.
Make a motion for
Thank you.
overtime.
Thank you.
Okay,
And then O.
and oh, yes, ma'am.
So O is on the business employee conference trip reimbursement schedule. I just want to make this a note of record that, oh wait, did I pull the wrong one?
I'll give you another one.
No, O is the conference trip request.
But where was the one that's $450,000? Oh yeah, that's this one. So I just want to be vocal and clear about my concern for that conferences, and I'm a supporter of conferences and sending folks to conferences, but there needs to be a discussion and it will be a part of our strategic plan. So it's not directed to you, Mr. Hawkins,
Right.
but this is just very concerning to me of the amount of money that we're spending. And I just think we need to be a little more aware of what we're doing with that. I just want to make that a note of record.
And just a point of clarification, the entire trip schedule is $450,000, not a single item.
Correct, I'm sorry.
You made my
Yes.
heart drop just a little bit because I didn't remember talking about
Oh,
that.
sorry. No, the whole, the amount, the total amount. Yes, apologies.
No, that Mr. Hawkins sits on the AVSTA and they deal with that. Yeah. Okay. The question was about bus driver pay, and that goes to the Antelope Valley ST
Transportation Agency, and
School
we-
Transportation. And
they-
Mr. Hawkins, the president of that JPA group that we have.
That is CSEA driven as well, but we made a wholesale increase in their bus driver salaries to bring them up closer. And we will average it every year among the 3 JPAs, 3 members of the JPA. Whatever we provide our employees will be averaged, and that's what they will get going forward. So we keep them on there.
Cool. Thank you.
Ms. Corona, one thing to look at on the conference trip requests, a lot of these trips are paid out of specialty funds. So whether it be Title I or some CTIG, CTE, so it's not just general fund. And some of these are being handled out of some of the ESSER or state funds that require us to spend professional development
Great.
on staff and teachers. So it's not all just general fund. It is split up among many different sources.
Yeah. And I want to get down to the bottom of really just digging through and seeing and where we're at with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Thank you.
And then we are ready to have a motion for the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
any further discussion? Seeing none, all those favors say aye.
Aye.
Those say nay, seeing none, so moved. We are at adjourned closed session. You don't want to say anything, Mr. Meehan? You're eight. Number 18, would you like to say anything? Oh, thank you. All right, move to close. No. Hey, we're all doing it today.
You want me to go first? First off, I do want to express gratitude to the board for the increase in compensation this evening. I love working in this district. I love the people here. I love what I do, and I appreciate the support of the board. So thank you very much.
And I could say that we're gonna put you to work and you're gonna work really hard for that money, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
And on behalf of Mr. Delgado and myself, we want to offer a couple of congratulations. First to Tiana Moreno, a Highland High School junior, and a couple weeks ago, he was named the president of the United Black Student Unions of California for the upcoming school year. And then also congratulations to the Antelope Valley High School BSU, Black Student Union, for being named the BSU of the year by the UBSUC as well. And then real quick, Knight High School and Eastside High School, congratulations. They both received recertifications this week as avid national demonstration schools. Incredible effort on the part of their staff, and just a reflection of the high quality programs that they have.
Thank you. We will adjourn to closed session.
Take your nap.
You have our permission. Watch Mr. Meehan, though. FA may disagree. right, we'll go back on record. All right, I will be talking about what we did within closed session by a vote of 4-0. The board took action to approve the appointment of Kimberly Porter to the Director 2 Multi-Tiered System of Support. May I please have a motion to approve administrative hearing panel recommendations for student expulsions and to order as presented the expulsion of 9 students. Motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, no discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. By a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the final settlement and release agreement. During the closed session, the board considered final settlement and release agreement STS 23110. By a vote of 4-0, the board took action to approve the final settlement and release agreement. Item 19H, during closed session, the board considered a request to waive helpful living for an Antelope Valley Union High School District student. By a vote of 4-0, the board took action to accept the request. Item 19I, during closed session, the board considered claim 23-02270001. By a vote of 4-0, the board took action to reject the claim. Item 19J, during closed session, the board considered claim number 23-03150001. By a vote of 4-0, the board took action to accept the claim. And I think that's it. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved.
Good night.
Have we talked about June 9th? Do we need to do anything with that?
I could talk